T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Who are you? Cause sometimes I think you forget. I see you, and I don't think you're liking that. But brand new, but the worst that you ever been. All these fans are zero friends. Take 2, then you save it for the internet. Not yet, baby, you know when the time is best. Second guess, but do it for the interest. Here you coming, 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 coming up. Yeah, you just do it for the camera. Get the photo, you always got a new angle. Know you wanna get that, ooh, get that, You do it for the camera. Baby, you just do it. Shit, if that's how you stay relevant. Take your hits, but don't expect anyone to defend. Your problematic need for attention, always looking for the new mention, even when the storyline ain't about you. Yeah, you're coming, 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 coming up. Yeah, you just do it for the camera.
filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning to you guys. I just want to let you know that was Saint Monet, and her the title of that song is called Camera. Saint Monet's dad, which you may recognize that name, is often in here. One of the very own of the channel. His daughter is a musician. She's an artist, and that is her song. She released it about a week or two ago, and it popped up on my list. When he told me about her music a while back, I subscribed to her and was kind of just watching some of the music that was coming out, and this is one of her most latest releases. I absolutely love the song. I think it's great. I think she's doing an excellent job, and I wish her the best of luck. Uh, it's so good. I thought it was great, man. I was like, what a cool song. So I asked him. I got him on. I said, dude, can I play this song? And he's like, yeah, absolutely, you can. So I think that's great. I love to show what you guys are doing in the community, what excites you, what makes you tick, and that's right there a perfect example of how some of us are just ordinary people here. And I know it doesn't sound like when you have a daughter who's a musician and an artist who's got songs that are that good, that makes you ordinary, but it is. You're just an ordinary person, and something extraordinary happens to you, and life changes. But I really like the song, Camera, Saint Monet. I went ahead and linked the video link in the top here in case you guys wanted to go check it out. Um, do what you want with it. Run with it if you want to. I don't know if you like the song and you think it's cool. Go check it out. You can go. I put like I said, I put the link up at the top, and you guys can check it out. I think it's really cool. Cool stuff, man. Good morning to you guys. Today, are you ready for the rate hike? The question is 50 or sorry, 75 or 100 basis points. Who's the father? Saint Monet's dad. His you'll see him probably come in here at some point, probably later today, and just say hi. I'm sure. You've probably seen him in here before though. Saint Monet's dad. Hold on one second here. I'm gonna put in a poll. Rate hike. How much? I'm gonna include another. Let's see. I'm gonna give you guys three choices because it is possible that that they throw us for a loop and they actually do something different. So I'm gonna give you three options. Maybe actually give you four options because I always have four. So fourth option, I think I'll probably put in something like I don't care. Maybe you just don't care. I don't know. We'll find out. There we go. I put in 50, 75, and 100. And right now, I'm not trying to skew your guys' opinions here, but I do have this handy dandy little target rate probabilities. As of, I think it was a day or two ago, I refreshed this. Actually, should tell me on here when I refreshed this last. Let's see here. Data as of the 26th of July, which was yesterday at 11:34 Central Standard Time. So yesterday at around noonish is when I refreshed this last. They were saying a 75.1% chance that it was going to be 75 points, and then 100 points had a 24.9% chance. If I refresh this, let's see if it's changed at all today. It's gone down a little bit on the 75 basis points. It went down to 73.9% chance. So it's getting a little more traction on that the 100. I think they should increase at 100. That's what I feel like. Whether or not the economy can sustain an increase by 100 basis points, I don't know. Probably not. But 75 is going to be just as harsh. I can say one thing's for sure. You guys jumped me on this one too last week. The reverse repo seems to be leveling out. If that's a sign that inflation is being mitigated to some extent from the increase in interest rates, that may be the first sign of proof. But I still think that there's more to go. But I'm leaning toward, if I had to vote, I'm leaning towards 75. Um, I have a hard time thinking that they'd actually increase to 100. Tim says, why don't they do a 500-point rate hike? Tim, the market would just absolutely cease, halt. Everything would come crashing down. I think they priced everything in already, Jeff. Jeff saying, good morning, Casey, and everyone. Rate hike today, price drops today, question marks. I think a lot of stuff was priced in over the last few days, and if you look at the futures right now, which I did this morning, I looked at those before I started. In fact, that was part of the reason why I was a little late coming on. The futures over here are actually looking positive. Let's see here. We got most of the exchanges are trading up 0.5% to 1%. So let's see what we got up here. The VIX is down 2.2. So there's a potential opening to the positive side today. So I think they've kind of already, kind of priced it in a little bit. Yo says the same thing I'm saying. 100 BP if they're smart, if they want to kick the can. 50, 75. That's kind of where I'm at with you. Yeah, but Donkey Kong saying they don't want to shock the economy. That's exactly right. Too much is shock, and you lose your any kind of attempt at a soft landing. Too little doesn't take care of the problem. So it's a gradual thing. Oh, I did read an article that said that this would be the last rate hike that they would be considering. So there's that. So I mean you may want to take that into consideration if they are indeed truly and honestly thinking this will be the last hike. Maybe go the extra 25 basis points. I don't know. We'll see. Yo says, don't forget, historically, the Fed is always a year behind and they lie. Mm. By the way, guys, I got rid of the subscriber need, the 5-minute subscriber need. I think, with the downwards pressure that we had, and I don't think that that's going to necessarily be the case, I went ahead and removed that. Yo, it's at 2 point. You got it backwards. You flip those numbers. 2.1. But I mean, I get what you're saying. Let's see the last value. Let me just read it off to you what it is. What do we got here? 2.189 trillion. 2.189 trillion. So yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I understand. It's not like I disagree. It's just that I think that the trend is leveling off a little bit. I think in order to show that, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if this. Let me see if this does like a wider time scale. Yeah, this only does 3 months. Let me change this to a year and see if that is like a little bit better. So this is where we started out a year ago, where we were at less than a trillion. We were 891 billion, and you can see a really steep incline. And the question is are we leveling off right now? Have we seen dips like this where it dipped a little bit, kind of started to rise again, and then started dipping? There's definitely cases like that back here where it was on the rise, dipped a little, came back up, dipped again, and then continued to rise. So I don't know. I don't know if we're leveling out here. It'd be interesting to let me just draw some. Let me draw on this. I need straight lines. Let's see here. Hold on a second. I mean, I think you can see. I think you can see that it's starting to level off. Let's draw one more just to see. So the rate at which, oh shoot, I guess once I place it, that's done. You can see the rate here. You know, after a little bit of a decline here, it came back up, another decline, but still heading up, and it had a pretty sharp rate. Even after the secondary dip here, after the first dip, the rate was less than after the second dip. But you can see that currently we have more of a flat line across. So our rate of increase on the reverse repo seems to be leveling out to some extent currently compared to the past. So I don't know whether this is going to continue to trade to the reverse repos continue to I don't want to say trade, it's not trade, occur overnight and flatlining like this, or if they start to downtrend or not. But we'll see. Time will tell. Let's see. Let's move back up here and see what you guys are saying. Savvy, good morning. Do I believe in the T90? I haven't heard of that. Or maybe I have and I just don't know what it. Maybe I'm just so tired right now that I can't remember. Yo says, Casey, are you sure they didn't just redefine what slowing inflation means? Uh, I don't know. I mean, it's possible. Remind what T90 is. I have to look that one up. Yeah, Mike's saying 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's what time I'm expecting is around 2. The briefing is scheduled for 2:30 Eastern. Okay, so we'll be watching for 2:30 Eastern Standard Time, which is 1:30 my time. I normally go to break at 1:20. If it's going to be, I don't know that it's going to necessarily be televised. But if it is, I'll 2.189 trillion. Awesome. Still got it under control. Ah, you guys, you're killing me. Ron is adamant about making sure that we know that Alex Jones was right. Good morning, Ron. I don't know what Alex Jones said, but it must have been good about something. It's time to take a look at the numbers, Daisy. That's what time it is. Jules is asking, do you think we're gonna hit SSR later this morning before getting a major bounce to 15, 16, 100? It's hard to say. We've gone significantly underneath 1442. SSR trips today at 1263. Um, I'm I'm gonna go with no. That's how I'm feeling right now. I'm going with no. Benjamin, good morning to you. No, Monty is not the father. I think they will have 1 to 2 more rate hikes, and I do not want to shock the economy. Homes are starting to be repoed now, and when COVID hit, everyone was buying boats and motorhomes. Big repo on the incoming. Yeah, I don't disagree, Jeff. It's not looking pretty. Oh, you guys are asking what time it is where I'm at. Yeah, 6:27. Six. Yeah, that's right. You know, Oscar, I didn't have a chance to watch. I know Bigum started doing his video last night. I didn't have a chance to watch that yet. So I really need to sit down and watch Bigum's video. I'm gonna be definitely heading to his direction and looking over that 802 filing. Um, so give me a chance to kind of watch his video first and see what he has to say about it. But I'm glad that he got to the video though. Thank you, Arthur. I got coffee. Cheers, sir. Got coffee in my hand. Yeah, I read an article that said that, Mike. I know they had said that they were gonna do the rate hikes several times throughout this year. I was a little confused when I saw that article, but I'm just telling you what I read. I did read an article saying it would be the last one this year. I don't know. We'll see. Ron, good morning. I just learned about it yesterday myself. It's the time they have to buy back shares of GME. October 21st is supposed to be the time. Hmm, interesting. Historically speaking, October is kind of that crash point. If you go back and you look at like 2008, 1929, I'd have to go back and look at like 2000 for the .com. But I think those buybacks, that's definitely been on my radar. Um, the only problem is that I've also been reading articles that are saying that the banks aren't going to be allowing that this time. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Anthony's saying inflation numbers will start falling. Things started opening fully around the second half of last year, so I say 50. You might end up being right, Anthony. I always feel like the Feds do surprising things sometimes, and it would certainly cause probably some more of a bullish move in the markets if they did only increase by 50. That's for sure. James, good morning to you. All right, guys, it's time to take a look at the numbers. And myself says he's got a time machine. All right, let me go over and Baldy says I was in the .com business and was laid off during the bubble burst. I work in the semiconductor industry at the time and during the bubble burst, and Semiconductors, when that happens, semiconductors are usually the first ones to make changes in the markets. They're kind of like leading. They're not lagging. They're leading on their performance because they have to. They need to know what electronic orders are going to be like. So you tend to see these cyclical patterns in the semiconductor industry, and they all started doing like major layoffs. 2000, I think it was 2000 something. All right, let me. Yeah, I saw that, yo. I saw from Edward. Edward posted something to me on that. Yeah, me too, Baldy. I was getting paid like a pimp too back then. Yeah, it was a big mess. Big mess. All right. In fact, yeah, well, we'll talk about that later, but I got to take a look at the numbers here. Let me go ahead and refresh Fidelity real quick. Um, while I'm waiting for that to kick over, I need to start turning off things on my internet because it's starting to slow me down. Give me 1 second here, guys. I guess what I'll do is I'll talk about real quickly um, we had what engineers would consider gold packages in hiring packages, and basically the gold packages were involved. In your move, they would move you. They would pay for your moving, then they would pay you with some kind of bonus for sign on with the new company. All that stuff was very commonplace way back then. And then as soon as that .com bubble hit, uh, goodbye gold packages. If you wanted a new job someplace else, you're moving yourself, and you're lucky to get a bonus. It was the cow's titty dried up on that one. It it didn't actually return until 2011, like almost a decade later. I actually did get a gold package to move from Phoenix, Arizona to Texas, but it took a decade for that to come back, and then it disappeared again. It disappeared again, and I don't think it's coming back. I don't know. I don't think companies do that as much as they used to. But it was nice. It was nice getting moved for free, and the sign-on bonus. Oh man, the sign-on bonus was amazing. Big sign-on bonuses. All right, I am logged into Fidelity two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, guys, you might want to consider it. I can't see what it is you guys are writing, so if I didn't talk about it or mention it, then I probably won't be. And so just hold those thoughts for me. Moving over to the other page here, starting in the top left-hand corner. Oh, man, I made it by 3 cents. So price prediction tally points for yesterday. I had 14 to 17. Eric had 1340 to 1640. Keto had 1339 to 1639, and Monty had 1478 to 1778. Man, I barely got my way in there. 3 cents. Oh man, my entire page is black here. This is awesome. Love it when this happens. Give me a second while I pull everything back up. That's not part of it. This is what happens. This is what happens when I try to play around with my pages when I'm not streaming. There we go. Got most of it back up. Just gotta get this one. There we go. All right, starting with price prediction tally points at the top left-hand corner. Like I said, points for Eric, myself, and Keto. This is just 4 apes trying to get price prediction tallies correct within a $3 range. Do not take this as financial advice. We're not always right. We get it wrong. Short exempt volume. Short exempt volume day over day. It went from 256 to 167. It's dropping. Let's see, 167.8. Let's see if that utilization, well, first we'll look at price change was a negative 5.9%. And utilization, let's see if that's still 100% here. 1.85 million shares returned yesterday, by the way, guys. Since I was refreshing, I saw it there before I refreshed. 100% utilization is showing, and the date says as of July 26th, so that is accurate. We're at day number 117 of 117 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. We'll take a look at some of those numbers more closely here in a minute. Max Pain. We started out this week at 15. Tuesday was 15, and there's a slight chance it might drop to 14.50 here, but I'm gonna go ahead and stick with 15 again. I think it'll be 15 today. Oh, it did drop to 14.50. 14.50 is the new max. I didn't think that was going to drop just quite yet. All right, taking a look at off exchange. Total values through the off exchange percentage-wise was 57.61 in the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX was at 10.65 for a grand total of 68.26 through the off exchange. Not very high yesterday, all things considered, but it was higher than what I would consider to be a normal average volume day, which would be around 64%. So about 4.26% higher than normal. That volume is disappearing for a reason. Part of it is that we have lower volume traded on the lit market currently. Let's see here. Taking a look at institutional ownership. I do not have the right. Oh, I do have the right one. Okay, 190.375 as of yesterday. Let's see what the new numbers are today. Fintel's been taking a little bit longer than usual lately to update. I had problems last night. I was doing some research, and it was not having it. Yep. Looks like Fintel's having some problems right now. I might have to come back to this in regards to institutional ownership. Either that or I'm down right now. Hold on a second. Let me just verify what's going on here. Looks like I'm still up and running. So it's not me. It's not me, Fintel. It's you. Let's see here. One more time. Let's try it. One more. Nope. All right. It's not having it right now. So Fintel's, I'm not getting information from Fintel, so we'll check it out later. Looking at the Ortex data, we've got, let's see, current short share interest of the free float is up to 19.5%. So we've had almost a 1% increase. That's like 0.7 or 0.8. We'll take a look at the numbers here more closely in a minute. The shares on loan is at 143.06. And moving down to the options, our lottery ticket losers. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Hold on. There she is. Our lottery ticket losers at a $35 strike price. Yesterday there was 1.2 thousand contracts. There's now 1.6. Highest amount of open interest for the calls is at a $20 strike price. It's actually more than that. It's really at a $30 strike price, but I'm not going to count those. I'm really looking for the spread that's closest to where we're at in price. So the highest amount right now, I'm going to consider it to be 20 at a $20 strike price. Yesterday there was 10.9 thousand contracts. There's now 10.4. So some of those positions have closed. In regards to puts, highest amount of volume is currently at a $10 strike price. And at that $10 strike price yesterday, there were 7.6 thousand contracts. There's still 7.6. So the market's still looking at like 15 as the middle ground. That could change very soon, though. As far as open interest goes, we've got a secondary runner-up at $16 at 9.3 thousand contracts. It's only 1,000 contracts off of what the 20 is. If it were to adjust down to 16, our spread would be between 10 and 16, meaning that we might see a targeting of 13, a 13 closing price by the end of the week. So we'll see what happens. Taking a look at some of these numbers more in depth here. Let me move a couple screens over real quick, and we'll look at everything. Give me 1 second. All right, taking a look at Ortex. There's your 117 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. But we're going to zoom in just a tad here to on loan amounts. Currently, day over day, we were in an increase from 142.58 to 143.06. So a very minor increase, 500,000 shares roughly. And let's see what kind of impact that had to on loan average age per day. Had a sideways, just slightly up on this, 52.98 to 53.01. So not really much of a change there. Exchange reported short interest. Looks like we had a reporting of exchange reported short interest, and that's why our some of you may be wondering, like, why did our short interest drive from 18.8 day over day to a much higher number, 19 a corrected number to 19.5, and I'll show you that right here. You can see the big correction. We went from 18.81 yesterday to 19.5 today. The reason for that is due to exchange reported short interest being newly reported, and that new reporting is showing more interest, exchange reported short interest than was thought by the estimates, which is driving up that percentage. So that's the reason for the increase. It was just more short interest than was anticipated by the estimates. Security lending volume was down day over day. Day over day, it went from 11.65 to 9.8. And we are not on any threshold lists. Failure to delivers for the day today. Today is the 27th. The numbers are only going to be increasing from here out until 8/2, meaning that the pressure then on finding shares from the market is going to be increasing from now until probably the 2nd of next month. Not every single day. I was gonna say every single day is an increase. There is a little bit of a decrease for Friday. Well, yeah, for Friday, which really equates into tomorrow. A little bit of a downwards movement for tomorrow, but yeah, there's definitely increased amounts of pressure to find shares. In regards to Fidelity orders by their customers, GME coming in at 20th yesterday with a 74% buy to 26% sell ratio. AMC is down at 22nd. We have a 65% buy to 35% sell ratio. Our low volume, really low volume. We managed to maintain our presence on the top 30 list, but you know that could just mean low volume in the market in general, as a whole. Trigger price for SSR is $12.63. You know what? I never did my glasses. I've been doing all of this without my glasses on. No wonder I'm like straining it on the computer. I'm going like, why is this so hard to see? I'll clean my glasses after I already started this without the glasses. I might as well finish without them. Let's see here. So it looks like mainly returns so far this morning. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh this one more time because I know they had to have started loaning by now, and they did. But it looks like shares are really becoming hard to find. We only have they borrowed about 150,000 out of the available, and 40,000, no 30,000 out of the ETFs. So I'm gonna round it up a little bit and just call it 200. 200,000 shares having been borrowed so far this morning. Yesterday it was 750,000. The fees did go back up to 8.5%. Out of the money calls is at 115.1 thousand contracts. In the money calls is at 9.9 thousand contracts. 38.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.87%, Dow Jones is down 0.76%, and the S&P 500 is down 1.15%. Those were the numbers from yesterday. What I'm really looking at here, though, is that the markets were kind of mixed overnight. We had a lot of Asia was down 1% or breaking even. Europe up 0.5% to 1%. And then our futures are looking green, anywhere from 0.5% to 1%, with the VIX being down 2.39%. Tesla in the pre-market is up 1.89, Amazon is up 1.59, Cinemark is down 3.11, Doge is down 0.07, Bitcoin is up 0.3, GME is up 2.37, HYMC is down 0.12, Hood is up 2.37, NCMI is up 2.61, and AMC is up 1.92. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had $1 million more in inflow. Actually, it was less than that. It was like $600,000 more in inflow than outflow. And volume this morning is at 32.96 thousand shares with about 14 minutes to go before 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. That is a little bit higher than what we've been used to seeing here lately. Not too much, but it is a little bit higher. So I haven't seen the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume just yet. But if I had to guess, I would say that we're probably going to see, in the range of 20 to 40 million again. Taking a look at the weekly, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.5, which is below average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.45, which is slightly below average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.15, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.63, which is about average. On a 5-minute interval, we have what appears to be a divergence potential with more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI of 45.31, which is slightly below average. And let's take a look at the Ichimoto. We have conversion line below baseline and lagging line below price line. None of this really looks bullish. And typically, price likes to move upwards through thinner portions of the cloud. It does look like we have a little bit of a thinning portion coming here in not today, but maybe tomorrow, where we could potentially maybe break through that. That would put us back up into that $15 range, $15.50 range, breaking above it. Taking a look at the 4-hour, conversion line below baseline and lagging line below price line, We did break down through the green cloud. We have a red cloud in the future. We have seen it to where price has broken back up through green before. It's more rare when it happens, but it has happened from time to time. But I see a thinning right here for us to break through by let's see, today's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or I mean not Saturday, Monday or Tuesday potentially next week. And that price range would be somewhere in the range of like $16. So we're looking to break $15.50 or $16 to get a good push. In regards to synthetic price failure, the numbers that I gotta see us break that I've got set up right now is 1603. So that matches. We know we'll be hitting some new highs again from our current low of 1394 if we break 1603. I think that's the number. Let me check and verify. Hold on a second. Because that seems awfully high. 1 second. 1394. Yeah, 1603 is correct. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. BioLife says, I think if we got 75 priced, we've got 75 priced in already. If Powell only does 50, the market will run. I kind of tend to agree. We could see that. We could see. I mean, I could see the Fed doing something like that for sure. You know, how do you do a soft landing, right? Let the market have a little bit of extra fear, but not enough fear to where it's going to, have huge amounts of downwards pressure and head fake towards a 75, 100 point basis point move on the interest rates, and then only go 50. And the markets go like, yay, we can buy again. And then you drop it on them again. Maggie's going, thinking that the rate's going to be higher, 1.25 to 1.5. Interesting. If they do that, Maggie, if they do that, I can almost guarantee you're going to see the market start heading south really quickly. Speedy Mitch says, I wonder where it's going to squeeze first, Europe or U.S. or Asia. I would tend to lean towards someplace not in the U.S. Caitlin, that's a great question. I don't know the answer to. Tater Tot, it's funny that you should say that. $14. I had this amazing um, idea. I don't know. It's not going to be something that I put together. I actually pushed it off onto Ape Radio, and I said, like, you guys are onto something here. They're doing this charity event right now. Um, and I think I'd like to donate to it. I don't know if I can donate a whole lot, but I'd like to donate to it. And I think it kind of got me along the lines of thinking, like, $14 is not much. It really isn't. 14, whatever, $15. It doesn't matter what we're between 14 and 15. $15 is not that much, and I started thinking like, and I suggested this to the one. I said, you know, you guys are onto something here. You could start a charity of shares that are donated to whatever charity it is that apes want to donate to, right? Like it could change every single week. It could be like a new charity, and apes pitch in one share, just one share. That's it. $15 out of your pocket to donate to a charity, and then those shares get held in an account that's nonprofit, and just sit there and wait for MOASS, and then eventually they'll get sold, and then that money, the proceeds from the sales of those shares, could go to that organization, the charity after MOASS. So it would create buying pressure and for a good cause. I was like, these guys are onto something. Because I mean, $15 to donate to a charity is not that much. It's I don't know about you guys, but I go eat a lunch someplace, and it's like it's dang near costing that much just to go eat lunch somewhere. Movies, you want to go see a movie, and it's going to cost you more than that. This price is ridiculously low, ridiculously low. When you consider what it is that we're dealing with here and the company that we're dealing with, this price is so low, 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 low. How low can it go? I mean, seriously, it's super, super low. It's crazy. M Height says, "Good morning." I'm thinking you meant GM, but yeah. Oh yeah, you corrected it 2 lines later. Yeah, good morning to you. You're a loan officer. They pretty much accounted for the 75 basis point, or the 3/4 of a percent hike rate. That's what I'm seeing as well too, Height. I really think that the market has accounted for that. The interesting thing that I would see is if the Feds only want 50 with the 75% amount that they've accounted for, you could potentially see it run a little bit. I could see them trying something like that. I think they'd be making a crucial mistake if they did, but you know, it's something they might try. I don't think that's the speedy Mitch. I don't think that inflation and increasing the interest rates the solution. It's just a way to mitigate the market from just crashing altogether because of inflation. So it's trying to, well, like they say, it's trying to soft land it. Yeah. Caitlin says a business that can make 15 billion. Oh, by the way, guys, it's pre-market $14.34 because I need to do a better job of announcing that every once in a while. But Caitlin's saying a business that can make $1 billion in a month off a movie shouldn't be $15 for the share price. It's ridiculous. 14 bucks. I don't think you can go eat at Mighty Fine or Five Guys burgers for 14 bucks. I just I think you're spending more. I went with my son this last week. I'm pretty sure between the two of us we spent probably close to 30 bucks. Manjit said, "Can it go lower than 14?" Absolutely, it can. I don't have any. I don't have any predictions yet, MCon. I'm going to do volume prediction here in about 3 minutes, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be 20 to 40. And then as in regards to price, I don't usually do that until 15 minutes before market open. I haven't seen any of the guys put any of their predictions in yet, and if they did, then I missed it. Let me go back up and scan real fast and see if I missed it. Sometimes Keto comes in and sneaks one in on me. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. I see where PC3 mentioned my name, and it says, I am concerned about a potential fake MOASS where AMC runs to 250 and then is driven down without shorts covering. What are your thoughts? I think something like that could very easily happen, and we will lose people. A drive up to 250 and then a drop back down to say like $60 or $100. We're gonna lose people. It's gonna happen. I almost guarantee it. But that's part of a squeeze, man. I don't know if the SEC would look kindly on that well-intentioned idea. The SEC can't tell people what they can donate their shares to. There's no, there shouldn't, you can donate whatever you want to whatever. They I, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to donate shares to some nonprofit organization, you can do that. They can't say crap about it. Like I said, though, I'm not setting it up. Somebody else is going to have to do that work to set it up, a charity like that. I'm not going to do the work for it. I know it's a lot of work, but it could be done. Speedy Mitch says, you guys keep mentioning 14 or 15 and so on. We need at least 1,200 euro to start smiling. Don't forget there's 30% flat tax on gains for Uncle Sam and Marcone. I always say his name wrong. Is it Macron? Macron? I don't know. I can't say his name. Yo says, in my opinion, they missed a chance for a soft landing. As of now, the pilot's passed out, the landing gear is stuck, and the fuel's low. Uh, and Mr. Bean just took over being a pilot. It's yeah. I'm with you, man. I understand it. I feel it. I get what you're saying. And the crazy part is that everybody in the back of the plane has no idea what's going on. No, nobody knows. Like you could go out and just ask the general person. They know they see prices increasing, they see supply getting low, but they don't really know why. They don't understand what's happening with supply and demand and inflation. You know, all you do is you say inflation, and everybody starts joking about transitory. They don't really know why it is that they're joking about it, but they joke about it. And yeah, macaroon. Hmm. Not sure what you mean by that, Monty. Speedy Mitch says, "What inflation? It is speculative. They're hiding tendies so you can run buying it and creating stock tension. The interest hike is purely for the banks to collect dinero from COVID stimulus." Tater Tot said, "Five Guys burgers, three burgers last week with two large fries, $40. Could have had three more AMC shares." When you start thinking about life like that, Tater Tot, it's things change. Things change for you. You kind of see things differently. You're like, wait a minute, I just spent how much on what? Oh shoot, we had Pokey Stick of Volume and I missed it. Let's see. Shares traded during that minute of Pokey was 31,000 shares. We only had a doubling. We had a doubling of the Pokey Stick of Volume. I can't do more than 2040. In fact, I might even go 1535. This is really really low volume. I'm gonna go 1535. I don't do this very often. It's not very often I go less than 20. But in this particular case, I think I need to. Because I'm okay with being low but not high on volume predictions. Yep. Is there a rate hike in August? So let me see if I don't know if I can find the article that I read. I'm gonna have to see if I can find it again. Hmm. You're gonna have to give me a few minutes to. Is this? That's not what I want. That's not what I want either. No, no. So August CPI data comes out August 10th. The next CPI data is August 10th. But as far as another rate hike goes, I'm gonna have to look and see what the schedule is. Let me see. Let me see if I can find the article where I read what I had read. So I'm actually I just did like a quick Google on this, and Trading Economics is saying that they're expecting 75 basis points to 2.25 to 25 during its July 2022 meeting, which would be the fourth consecutive rate hike, pushing borrowing costs to the highest level since 2019. Meeting calendars, that's not what I want. I really gotta get these glasses on, guys. I'm starting to get a headache. Give me a second. I think I need to clean my glasses off and put them on. I don't see when the next I don't see a schedule for that. But I would imagine the next one would be like actually, you know what? I'll tell you what. I bet you they reevaluate, and they'll probably decide when if based off of some of the numbers that they get back. I think from this last round, I think that they'll probably reevaluate how much of a hike that they may do in the future, or if there's going to even be one. Zach is saying a lot of large corporations have over-ordered based on lockdown demand, and they're overstocked. Rather than take the losses on the product, they're laying people laying off people instead. Yeah. Yeah. And once you start seeing jobless rates increasing, shortly thereafter uh, you start seeing defaults on loans. I mean, you can. It's like you know what the steps of the process is. It's not like we didn't go through this too long ago. It was only 2008. It's not that far back. This I think I needed to get a new cleaning cloth. This one side, every time I clean my glasses, like I feel like they're still a little foggy afterwards. My wife bought me these they're not squeegees, but they're like these like little things that you pinch down, and they got uh, pads on them, and you can like clean your glasses. They broke pretty quick, but they were kind of a cool little thing to have. That you could just carry around in your pocket. September 20 to 21st, Mike says. Thank you, Mike. It would be quarterly. I would think it would be quarterly, so that makes sense. Gladiator, good morning to you. I love the win says, good morning, AMC fans. Have they covered yet? Hell no. Have a great day. So true. Looks like I'm getting shorted right now, guys. I'm getting some buffering here. Speedy Mitch says, here in France, they're stocking and hiding mustard so people run fast and pay 3 times the usual price. Are you aware that they're doing the same thing with sugar and consequently Coca-Cola? I did not know that. I'll tell you what, we went through the chips aisle at my supermarket this last week. Gone. Like, I mean, not completely, but like all the good chips were just disappeared. They're gone. It was almost like it was 4th of July and you expected maybe some kind of holiday event that was coming up because there were just no chips to be found. Not any good ones, anyways. Savvy, I have no idea how bad the Walmart numbers were. Um, I've heard through the grapevine, but I haven't really paid attention. The spike was about 30. Oh, you guys are losing me. My wife just informed me that you guys are losing me here. I'm gonna have to switch internet service providers, guys. Hopefully this works. You might lose me in the process. If that's the case, I'll probably have to restart the show. Let's hope for the best. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath. Did we make it? Did we make it? Are we still on? Did I fix it? Whew. I think I may have fixed it. We didn't lose it. I have not seen. Actually, Fred, I haven't watched one of Booksy's videos in a while. I need to go check it out. I tell you what, Fred. Lately, to be very honest with you, there's very few videos that I watch hardly anymore. Every once in a while, I'll show up and drop in, just kind of say hi and see what it is some people are talking about. But I have this like mixed feeling. Like part of me wants to be like, I need to have like my own thought process and not be influenced by what other people are saying, so that I can keep it fresh, keep my opinion of what's happening fresh and not skewed by what it is that others are saying. So I try to limit myself, but it's it is what it is. Well, BioLife Hemp, I hope you win. I hope you win, because you'd be the catalyst. You know what? With 4.1 million investors, right? With 4.1 million investors, you'd think that one of us could possibly, give us better odds at winning the lottery and then being able to cause MOASS by using some of the proceeds from the lottery to buy more shares of AMC. What a racket that would be. All right, I think we're still in business here, guys. I think I resolved the internet connection. I'm gonna post. I'm gonna tell you guys to hit the live button. Speedy says it's a good thing you didn't buy the chips. What? Why? What the heck? What's wrong with the chips? Eh, Vignu, don't worry about the like button. It's not a big deal. I don't get anything out of it anyways. It's a good thing, guys. I'm glad my wife my wife she helped out tremendously. She got a second ISP for me, so when I have problems, I can switch from one to the other in case it's related to my ISP. Yo says, Casey, I just went over my notes, and there's no way they can fix this without pain. Worst inflation in 35 plus years. No way that's getting fixed in what 1 to 2 quarters, not with everything going on. You know, I don't disagree, man. I'm completely in agreement with you. The problem is I want the general public to wake up. I want people to wake up and understand what's happening right here, and go back in history and look what happened 35 years ago and realize that it's worse than that. What happened 35 years ago? There was gas shortages. Like literally, like people were waiting in lines to go get gas. That was actually maybe like in the late 70s or early 80s, but that's about 35 years ago. That's more like late 80s would be 35 years ago. Well, yeah, late 80s would be 35 years ago, but you know what I'm saying though. There was legit gas shortages, and people were having to wait in lines to get gas. Stuff like that could be around the corner. So I'm not in disagreement, man. I agree heavily. It sounds like 230, Roseanne. I almost put two down, but it's sounding like it's going to be around 230. Roseanne says, I remember coming home from school on the bus and seeing those gas lines. I remember, it's going to sound really weird, but I actually do remember this. I remember waiting in line. I don't remember if it was my mom or my dad that was driving, but I remember waiting in the line. And I feel like it was kind of miserable waiting in the car. That's probably why I remember it so much. Yes, that's right. Roseanne, you're right. Odd and even days for your license plate number. Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Grandpa. Waiting in line for hours with a 10 gallon limit. Can you imagine a 10-gallon limit nowadays? Half a tank. You get a half a tank and that's it. How long is a half a tank? Oh man, my wife started driving the truck to work because the Jeep's more of a gas guzzler than the truck, and it's surprising to me. I mean, Jeeps don't get very good gas mileage. It's kind of bad, but only getting 10 gallons. If my wife had to drive the Jeep to work every single week, on 10 gallons, she'd be uh, she'd be stressing. Novocaine says, speaking of the like button, is Friday the dislike button day. Make it any day you want, man. Any day when it doesn't matter when. Speed Mitch says, because you would have paid triple the price if you'd found the last pack of chips. That's why they want to get more money. So it's purely speculative. I got you. Creating shortages so that you pay. Well, that's fortunately, I guess I want to say is that that's not really how it works for us here. I don't think I've seen too much of a. Well, I don't know. There might be a little bit of a price hike, but I'm not paying any more for the last bag of chips on the shelf than I did for the first bag. I can guarantee you that. Roseanne says, "Wow, is my dad mad? That's where I learned cuss words." That's really funny. Ray says, I predict the Fed's speech will be all hunky dory, and then when the reporters ask their questions, the market will fail this afternoon. Oh, yes, Ray. We're going to have a good time this afternoon. We're gonna have a good time. I don't know if it's gonna be televised. Let me pull up the Fed meeting minutes and see if they've got a link for you. I don't know that they do, but hold on one second. Oh, okay. Hold on a second here. Yeah, I see. I wasn't even. This is what I was looking for earlier. Let me see if I can copy this and paste it. Let's see here. This is what I was looking for earlier and couldn't find it. It just very easily pulls up this time. There's our future Fed rate hikes, the 21st of September, November 1st, 2nd, December 13th, 14th, possibly. But let me see if I can pull up the Fed meeting. See if I can get their calendar up here and find. Let's see. Today is the 27th. Okay, they don't have it. They don't have a meeting link. But you know what though? Monty's usually really good about getting in here and getting a link in for me. So if there is a link to the press conference, I'm pretty sure Monty will be in here to give it. And if he's not, I'll try to find something. Somebody will find something somewhere. Good morning, Jay. Roseanne, take care. Let's see what you guys are voting for here. 46% of you think 75, 7% of you think 50, 33% say 100, and 14% of you out of 214 people that voted say, I don't care. Very interesting. Hold on a second. I gotta see. Well, let's see. 10 would be 21. So like 30 of you guys. Is that right? 214 times 0.14. Oops. Yeah, 30. Oh, damn. I guesstimated and got it within like fraction of a hair. Yeah, so 30 of you out of 215, 14, 15 people said that you just don't care. That's interesting. I'm really glad that I actually kind of put that in there. Joe, good morning to you. PC3 says I buy my chips through the dark pool, keeps me the price stable. Yeah, yeah. Apparently you were learning from somebody. Just Another Ape says, "Good morning, Casey. Love that you're the morning guy." By the way, Just Another Ape has asked me to come on Sunday and play a chess game with him on his live stream. I think it's live. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Steven. But uh, I'm I'm happy to be here. Every day I wake up is another day, so I'm happy to be here. But I wasn't sure when you asked me about the chess thing. I wasn't sure if I think you said live. Maybe you did say live, and I just can't remember. Uh, but yeah, I'm gonna go get my butt kicked by Steven. Good old butt kicking. Watch watch Casey lose chess in a epic way to the Grandmaster Steven. Gardner Trading House coming in. Follow my channel for free trade signals and profit making. Hey, I'm not going to tell anybody they can't go watch you. This is an AMC channel. If they want to go watch you for that, that's awesome, man. Hey, I want to check out your channel. It's Gardner Trading House. Hold on a second. Interesting. I always like to look up the new guys. Gardner Trading House. YouTube. All right, I got your channel pulled up here. Thanks for stopping by to say hi. I'll check it out. Why not? I like to see what people have to say. Steven saying yes live, but you don't have to be on camera or audio. You can just accept my game invite. Oh no, oh no, sir. I want to be. I want to make sure that I can say what I want to say. You don't just get to go in there and slaughter me, and not me at least get to make commentary on my side from my perspective of the game. So the only way you get me to play is if I have a voice. Yes, Monty Barger. I'm not sure. Sorry, man, if I'm messing that up. Did everyone see the CEO of Highcroft, Diane Barrett? I think I'm getting her last name correct. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, and you guys know how I am with names. Diane Barrett or Garrett? No, maybe it's Garrett. Garrett. Diane Garrett, I think his last name. Wow, hold on, I'll look it up. Diane Garrett. I think that's it. Hold on a second. Garrett. It is with a G. I got it. Did I say Garrett? Yeah. They're doing an interview with her. I don't think it's gonna be live, and I don't know exactly when it's going to be. I'll let them reference that. But indeed, that is true. My radio voice. They talked about new places to explore, question mark. Uh, that's, maybe they'll ask a question like that. That'd be kind of nice if they talked about that. Did they already put out the date? August 4th? Awesome. Wait, no. No, come on. There's no way they're doing it. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, okay, I see. So that makes sense, I guess. Because if they're not doing it live and then they post it later, that I guess that could make some sense. Grandpa says it's going to be before the earnings call. Okay. I hadn't heard I hadn't heard on that yet, you know, when it was going to be specifically. That's pretty cool. I'd watch it. I'd watch it except for the fact that how I feel about stealing from other people's content um, on the YouTube channel. I'm gonna force you guys to go over and watch it yourself. You're gonna have to leave and go watch that interview. Because they got to get credit for the work that they put in on that. I don't. That just doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right to like just go and stream it and then take away from the views. That's not cool. 7:31, guys. I'm gonna take a break. I will see you guys a little bit later. I normally have been taking breaks late, but I'm gonna try and get back on schedule here at 7:30 if I can. Anything that causes the Speedy Mitch says so. Powell needs to go higher than the 3.2% expected. Let's say 5.5, and trust me, AMC will squeeze and others. I don't disagree. Anything that causes the market's additional stress and downwards movement in price would definitely cause not just AMC but other other securities also squeezing. What time am I getting back at? 9:15? No, 8:15 my time. A year, and I still can't remember what time. Like I have to think about it. It's terrible. Alrighty, I think that's everything. Not always. Not always. It's sometimes red too. Yo says I sent that song to my niece. She likes it. I hope it catches on and she goes plays. Me too. I would love to see that. Like I think that would be so cool if you know, like we were a catalyst to cause her career to become bigger. I don't know what to say there, but I would just be really. I think that's like probably one of the coolest things that could possibly happen is like we just talk about it, play it, and get it out there. One of the things if I had suggestions for him, I would say it reminds me of one of those songs that could be cut down for a TikTok video, and if she could somehow like get somebody to do one of those like TikTok videos with that song playing in the background, it is definitely worthy of um, that TikTok like quality of a song that's just kind of catchy. Keto 1313 to 1613, I got you down. CPE 2 weeks. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and take the break. I will see you back here at 8:15 for price predictions. See you guys in a bit.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Some say love is a winding road, carves a map through the darkest night. Some say love takes a heavy load, helps someone make the burden light, teaches you not to hold too tight. You and I come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. Some say love is a fire that grows, bound to hurt when you let it go. Some say love is a choice we make, a holy vow we should never break. And maybe that's just the chance we take. You and I come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. You'll always be mine.
Are you ready to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. Go premium now.
Oops. I'm back, guys. Hold on 1 second here. Monty, I'm gonna pull up to see what your numbers are here in just a second. Hold on. I gotta just Eric actually came through with his price prediction earlier, so I've got that dialed in. I got you down, Monty, for 1401 to 1701. All right. Let me look at this real quick here, guys, and figure out where we're going, where I think we're going. Happy Drinky Drink Wednesday. It is a Drinky Drink Wednesday, and I'm just gonna tell you guys right now, the Drinky Drink is strong. I don't know how else to put it. It's definitely a strong Drinky Drink Wednesday. Had a great conversation with my wife while I was on break. We talked about all kinds of things. It was fun. Got a little bit of an interesting candle here at 801 with 31,000 shares that were traded during that minute, which is actually really that's our pokey stick of volume. It was a doubling of what we had in volume going into that minute, which gave us like 62,000 shares at that minute. So total volume for the day today, I actually have it 15 to 35 million shares by the end of the day today, which is lower than what it was yesterday. It's not very often that I go this low. Let's see here. I think initially there's going to be a push or at least a drive on the futures. Let me just check this real quick here. Yeah, still seeing a positive exchange move on market open. I think I might keep my price prediction the same as yesterday. I had 14 to 17 yesterday. I think I'm going to keep it the same. No change. Sub has the boss says I received my GME split shares in my accounts now. Congratulations. Ross says we bounce today, then break over the next week or so. What do you guys reckon? Ross, I love the fact that you said reckon. I think that's great. I reckon that you might be right on that. Hayes Monster saying MOASS August 5th. Trust me, bro. Sub has the boss says Jamie shares outstanding 5.3 billion shares after the split. I think that's meant as like a joke, but yeah. Is that for real? 5 billion on GME? Wait a minute, hold on a second. Where are you guys getting 5 billion from? What the heck is that? I'm not seeing that. Ross says reckon is a common turn of phrase here in Scotland. Well, Ross, here in the South in the United States, it's also a common term. I like it. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm here in the South. Caitlin, their shares were not 304 million before the split. It was much lower. This is Texas. I'm in Texas, Ross. I'm in the D part of Texas, which makes me want to play a song. But that's not the one I'm going to play for today, though. But yeah, I'm in the D part of Texas, and there, there it is. Yeah, Subhead's the boss says before the split it was about 73 million. That's about right. That's how I remember it to be. Merca, Mac and Bees says, gotta love America. Ooh, I'll tell you what, Baldy. Very few places I've been in my life has had people that are so pro their Longhorns than I've seen anywhere. There's only one other place that I can think of in my entire life that I've lived where I've seen like the community kind of gather around their football team, their college football team, and that's the Oregon Ducks. The Oregon Ducks are something else, man. Something else. The Longhorns, maybe a close second, but here in Austin, they really, really are huge about their team, about their school. That's correct, Caitlin. That's correct. So I thought you were saying prior to the split. That's correct, Caitlin. 304.52 million is the shares outstanding for GME. I thought you were saying before the split. I was like, I don't think that's before the split. But yeah, you're right. After the split, that's correct. Uh-oh, Ross, we're not going to get in a fight over football versus American football versus soccer. We got about 2 minutes more here, guys, before I start the intro. Yeah, Ross, 73 by 4 is correct. It's 304 million shares now, currently. Outstanding. The float for GME is actually 256.93 million. Gaming said, listen, soccer is only fun to watch during the World Cup. Other than that, rip. Oh, Saint Monet's dad is here, guys. Saint Monet's dad. I would love for you to. There's not a whole lot of time left for me to talk here. I've only got like a minute left before I start the intro. But I would love for you to just talk about your daughter and her success and how she's come to be the artist that she is. That would be awesome. If you could talk about that. Today's song is Saint Monet's Daughter. I think this song is incredible. And so I'm playing it for you guys today so you can hear it. It's one of her new releases that I think she released about 2 weeks ago. I think it's been about 2 weeks now. And I think it's a great song, and it's called Camera. It's listed. I have it posted in the top here. I've got it pinned to the top so you guys can watch it. I think anything that you guys are interested in the community, I'm interested in as well. And it's not like I'm trying to advertise, but I think that this is really cool stuff. It shows me how you guys are real people, and it shows me how you're a part of the community and that your community has a community. So I really like the music. It's good stuff, man. Saint Monet's mom says, I'm here too. The mom. Saint Monet's mom, welcome. Good to see you. It is time to start the day. So I will see you guys on the other side of Market Open. Mom, you better talk about her. You better be proud. I think she's doing a good job.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now in SM. Okay, you sound good. negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Who are you? Cause sometimes I think you forget. I see you, and I don't think you're liking that. But brand new, but the worst that you ever been. All these fans are zero friends. Take two, then you save it for the internet. Not yet, baby, you know when the time is best. Second guess, but do it for the interest. Here you coming, 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 coming up. Yeah, you just do it for the camera. Get the photo, you always got a new angle. Know you wanna get that, ooh, get that, You do it for the camera. Baby, you just do it. You do it for get the photo. Talk your shit. If that's how you stay relevant, take your hits, but don't expect anyone to defend your problematic need for attention. Always looking for the new mention, even when the storyline ain't about you. Here you're coming, 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 coming up. Yeah, you just do it for the camera. Get the photo, you always got a new angle. Know you wanna get that, ooh, get that, You do it for the camera. Baby, you just do it. You do it for get the photo. You do it for yeah, you just do it for the camera. Get the photo, you always got a new angle. Know you wanna get that, ooh, get that, You do it for the camera. Baby, you just do it. You do it for get the photo. You do it for
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning to you guys. That was Saint Manet with camera. Saint Manet's dad and mom happen to be in the chat room today, and you guys can ask whatever questions you want to. An aspiring young artist here who is looking to make her or pave her way through history with her music, and I think it's great. I have a chance to be able to show it off today. I think that's really cool. I think it's absolutely excellent. I get to be a part of this. This is history making. This is what I love. I love history. Saint Manet's dad said, check out our videos on YouTube. I provided a link at the very top so you guys could check out the video if you wanted to go see it. Go check it out. See what it is. See what she's got out there. I think it's really cool. Saint Manet's mom. I'm a musician. I'm not kind. I'm just spreading the wealth. Just trying to make sure that people, get to hear what it is, that somebody else is doing, somebody else is performing. Can you relink it, please? Also tell her to make an AMC song for Adam Aaron. Gaming wants a specific song specifically to AMC. I'm actually working on a song like that. We'll see what happens. The hardest part, I think as a musician myself, having been there, is that when people tell you they want you to make a song about something specific, it's really difficult to just dive into it and say like, okay, here's a song I'm going to make, and I'm going to make it about this. And I regard that in cases of like movies. It's really difficult to sit down and see like a premiere of a movie and then be told like, I want you to make a song that kind of wraps up the whole idea of the movie in 3.5 minutes of music. And it's like that is probably one of the most difficult things to do, because it's like the movie may not have any meaningful impact to you, but you've got to come up with 3.5 minutes worth of music that's going to impact people and create like a feeling or an overall impression of what it is that a movie's trying to convey in 2.5 hour, 2 to 3 hours of time. And that's probably one of the hardest things to do. Saint Monet's dad says Casey a collab. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but it's really difficult to do collabs like over the internet. So, but I'm not opposed to it. If she wants to work on something, I'd be willing. If she's willing to put the voice into it, um, I can play the music. But I don't know how that works online. Novocaine said AMKC is now AMKSM. Yeah, I used to love Casey Kasem. That guy was epic. Saint Monet's mom says just booked her a ticket to Texas. Austin is the music capital of the world, supposedly. I think that's always kind of funny because when I think of the music capital of the world, I think of Tennessee. But maybe that's more country related. But um, Austin is, advertised as the music capital of America, and there's amazing musicians here. There was one time where I was kind of fascinating about what I'd like to do with MOASS money. One of the ideas that I came up with was I want to create. I have this idea. It may never happen, but I have this idea that I want to create a nonprofit organization where it's a ranch, a studio ranch, and where musicians who are here, who are struggling musicians, that I go around and find, and I pull them in and I say, look, I'm going to give you free studio access to where you can sit and record what you want to record. And then I'm going to put you out there free, completely free. I'm just going to back you because I believe in what it is that you're doing. There's amazing artists here in Austin. And I think that there's tons of people that I could find to pull into something like that and say, like, look, I'm going to give you an opportunity. You take it and you move with it, and whatever happens, happens. But I would love to do something like that. Give people an opportunity to have a chance. Saint Monet's mom says, I've heard Austin is awesome for music. It is. It's a great place for music. Gaming says, oh, dude, Casey Shaw, once I make MOASS money, I'm going to be the new P. Diddy. Colonel Tom Parker Shaw. AP says they killed Nikola Tesla for doing free shit like that. That's part of the thing, though. I think being a musician, it's really tough. It's tough to get your foot in the door. I know firsthand what it's like, and trying to give people an opportunity when you know that they're good. There's so many amazing musicians, guys, that are out there that are just untouched, untouched. And the reason is that they just weren't in the right place at the right time. And so giving somebody an opportunity to be in the right place in the right time is everything. It really is. Yeah, Caitlin says a street performer. You would be surprised, Caitlin. You walk around in Austin, downtown Austin, and you can find tons of street performers here that have amazing music. Tons. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know. It's just really kind of wacky. We got about 20 more minutes here, guys, before we take a look at the numbers. Novocaine says, I think I got a name for your studio, a chance for an opportunity, or an opportunity for a chance. You know, Saint Manet, mom, so true. She says, so true, Casey. So many musicians who should have made it. I agree. And the problem is that, you know, there's just a limited amount of access. Knowing the right people, being in the right place at the right time, it's just missed. And so some people just don't get the opportunity. They get passed up. I know there's a guy on YouTube that I was following for a while. Actually, 21 Pilots. 21 Pilots is a group that I was following for a long time where I kind of got in late on the scene for 21 Pilots, but it wasn't like really late to where they were, um, well, they really were kind of popular before I found them, but they weren't mainstream popular. And when I found 21 Pilots, I was like, holy crap, these guys are amazing. How are they not like more popular than this? And then shortly thereafter, within a year after me finding them, they just absolutely exploded on the in the music industry, and it was absolutely amazing to watch them grow. If you guys haven't heard 21 Pilots, I love 21 Pilots. 21 Pilots is a great group. Brian says, keep Austin weird. That's right. Saint Manet's mom says Saint Manet is a songwriter too. That's awesome. Saint Manet's dad says, okay, this is weird. My wife has invaded my space, kind of like when she tries to sit and watch a football game with me. Here we are, AMC and ADD. Man, this is where we have an opportunity to talk about whatever it is we want to talk about. You know, that's what I do here. I get distracted by things and I talk about things that I choose to talk about. GD says, so you're saying there's a chance. St. Manet's mom says, love 21 Pilots. Going to see them in 2 weeks. They're awesome in concert too. I have been. Hold on a second, Hun. How many 21 Pilots concerts have we been to? 3. We've been to at least 3 of their concerts. St. Manet's mom, and it sounds like you've been to at least one because you said they're awesome. I'll never ever forget my first 21 Pilots concert. It was like a magic show and a concert all in the same time. It was at the Circuit. My wife just said in the background. It was at the Circuit of Americas here in Austin. It was amazing. It was the coolest thing ever. Oh wait, hold on. She said something else I can hear. What'd you say? Oh yeah, she said it was an outdoor concert event. It was cool. Probably well, she said. I remember that she said when we went to the concert that it was the best concert she'd ever been to, and she's quite the concert goer. So if you ever have a chance to see a 21 Pilots concert, go see it because it is epic. It is absolutely epic. She just said in the background it was so good that we overpaid to go to another one to take the kids with us. Wade says, how are they propping up this market today? That's a I don't know that the market's necessarily being propped up. But what I would say, Wade, is that I think that the 75 to 100 basis points, depending on what it's going to be in by the end of the day today, I think it's already been priced in, and so I think the market's just kind of trading, waiting for that to happen. There's one specific page that I'm going to pull up here real quick for you guys that I'm going to show you. We're going to be taking a look at this a little bit more throughout the day today. But what this is a bunch of different random stocks in here. For example, I've got GME, Amazon, Tesla, Netflix, Meta, Ford, Snapple, PayPal, BBIG, Sens, Ader, CMG, and SNDL are all kind of listed in here. I would bet, I'm a betting man here, but I would bet that the closer we get to 2:30 today, we're going to see the market kind of trade almost identical across the board on all of these stocks. You can see that it's a jumbled mess over here on yesterday's trading, right? Lines crossing all over the place. Nothing's really moving in the same direction. You got orange moving over white and blue, purple moving down through everything. There's just a mess of lines here. I'm betting before the end of the day today that you're going to see these kind of trading across the board sideways, just hanging. I'm waiting to see what the Fed is going to do with the basis points, whether it's 50, 75, 100, whatever it may end up being. We'll watch this. I'll come back to this chart later on in the day today, and we'll see what that looks like. St. Monet's dad says 21 Pilots drummers off the charts. Shoot, I always forget his name. What's his name, hon? I always forget the name. It's Tyler and some. What's the other one's name? Josh. Tyler and Josh. I always forget which one's which. Is Josh the drummer? No? He's a singer? I don't know. I can't remember which one's which, but my wife is saying now that Tyler's the singer and Josh is the drummer. Josh is amazing. However, St. Monet's dad, I want to tell you something here. As a musician, I absolutely pick apart people's music. I pick it apart like nobody else. And I told my son, and he can attest to this, that there's specific things that he does with the drum beats that are like nobody else. And there are certain songs where you can tell that he's not the drummer. And I challenged my son to that. And so we went to go look it up. And I'm going to tell you something interesting here. The lead singer for every single one of the songs that I'm referencing, where Josh has done beats that are unusual and strange and completely not what a normal drummer would do for beats, are the songs where Tyler wrote the drum beat. I've done the research on it. You can go back and you can verify. The lead singer for 21 Pilots is the one that's been writing those amazing drum beats. It's not Josh. It's kind of crazy. My wife just said, listen to Blue October. We're going to go see them here in October, ironically. Blue October's coming to Austin. We're going to go see them then. St. Mone's mom says, tell your wife I am a concert goer too. Let's go together. She wants to go with you, hon. My wife just said, okay. She said, just move here. There's tons of great music here in Austin. I can't even begin to tell you. Christopher Johansson says, drunken baboon pattern forming. Crazy bullish. I don't even know what that is. But I'll tell you what, it is Drinky Drink Wednesday, and that means that I got to go hit the restroom real quick. The dam's starting to break. I'll be right back. Whew. All right, I feel better. Highway Frog says I might have to tune out now to give 21 Pilots a listen. I'm telling you guys, the 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 versatility of 21 Pilots is amazing because they'll go from rap, reggae feels to pop, and then even just like almost folkish type music. They have such a huge range. It's amazing. My wife just said you need to listen to the what? Oh yeah, the pre-tour music. She said listen to the tour music of 21 Pilots. Listen to before they got big. That's some of their bigger stuff. I have a theory on why groups kind of go downhill the first couple years after they sign with a big label. Part of it is that there's some rawness to their music in that um, they don't have constraints on how long it is that they have to perform a new song. So like there's no holy crap. I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but the buy orders on the buy side right now are huge. 10,000 orders here at 1405, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 14. There's like 10,000 orders, 10 to 11,000 orders here. But in regards to what I was just saying, though, ADD, uh, in regards to new musicians, a lot of times what happens when they sign with a big label is the label says like, okay, every 2 years you have to put out a new album. So it puts a time constraint on an artist that forces them to get X amount of songs done within a certain period of time, which really puts a lot of pressure on them to come up with new new music. It's tough when you're trying to write from the heart. Yeah, PC3 Blurry Face is a good song. When you're trying to write from the heart and you're under a time constraint, there's it changes everything. It just changes everything, and it changes who you are as a group. And so it kind of takes it. I feel like it takes labels and artists kind of a period of time to where they can kind of get into sync with each other. So sometimes after somebody signs with a big label, it takes them 2 or 3 albums before they're back into where it is, to where they used to be, where they're connecting with people with music that's from the heart. Especially if they're taking music from other sources. Like a lot of times, if they can't meet deadlines, they just have to start picking songs that there are things that they didn't write, and then trying to sing something or play something that you didn't write that you're just taking from somebody else doesn't come across the same, and it doesn't have the same impact on somebody. So I don't know. You got to listen to 21 Pilots stuff before they really got big, because that's when some of their best stuff was done. Ralph says, "Oh my God, my wife loves Blue October. We usually go when they're in New York City at Webster Hall. Uh, they they're in Texas, right, hun? Blue October? Yeah, they're from Texas. What's the lead singer's name again? I always forgot it. I always forget it. Justin. Yeah, I can't say the last name. Crutchfield or Justin's from here in Texas, and so when they come to Texas, we always go to watch. Oh, Saint Monet's mom, that's cool. That is really cool. Weekend Warrior, I'm going to be a little less stringent on how it was that I was yesterday, because I knew yesterday was a little bit of a different day than today. In regards to Tide, I don't really allow like just random shout outs on stocks, so I'm going to let this one go. But if you could just refrain from like just random shout outs on other stocks. Saint Monet's mom, I hope he has a good day at work. And my wife said, drink your drink after. There's a ton of buy orders, guys, at $14. They don't want this going. Somebody doesn't want this going lower than 14. Those are what I would consider buy walls. Leon says it forces musicians to think commercially compared to writing music you love. That's why most people get signed. Yeah, my wife just said that's why Blue October is awesome. To be honest with you guys, so this is one of the things that I was talking about before about limit buy orders. When you have limit buy orders at certain prices, when they're this big at like 10,000 and over multiple price points like this, it acts as a wall. But think about what would happen if these 10,000 shares were buying into the ask here. It would be driving the price upwards. So right now, all these limit orders are doing is they're just acting as a wall to keep the price from moving down further, because there has to be selling to go into this in order to drive the price down further. These orders could actually be used to drive the price upwards, because you can see here if you start adding up the values on the ask side, it wouldn't take more than one or two of these 10,000 orders. Two of these 10,000 orders or 20,000 shares buying into the ask would actually cause price to dramatically start rising in price. But all it's really essentially doing right now is just acting as a wall that they're going to sell into, which actually causes the price to drop once the orders are completed and filled. I sat, you know, we have a music venue here called Stubbs. Who was saying that? Ralph. We have a place here called Stubbs. When you pay for a ticket, you walk in and you just kind of stand in this like dirt field in front of a stage, and the sound booth is kind of halfway between the back of the place to the front of the place. And me and my wife stood next to the sound stage one time, and when she was off grabbing some beers for us, I was just standing there, and I had an opportunity. I think I'm not a positive, but I think I had an opportunity to talk to um, the son of Blue October. I don't know what his name was, but they were standing in the sound booth area, and we were just kind of chatting for a little bit, and it was fun. It was fun talking to him. You never know who you're gonna get to talk to when you stand next to the sound booth. John says so. A sell wall would cause price to rise, not necessarily, because it's actually you're incentivizing the price to come down because they're going to try and sell into the wall, meaning that price is going to come down as the wall's there. How these shares would have been? This is what I was talking about the other day when I said buy limit orders, drive the price down. What you want to do is you want to set your price higher than the current trading price and buy into the ask to raise the price. That's the better way to put a buy limit order in. So these have actually acted in a way, and you can see it firsthand. This is exactly what I was talking about. How buy limit orders lower than the current going market price will cause or incentivize the market to go down in price. So buy limit orders below market price cause price to go down. Whereas if you took these 20,000 shares right now and you were to buy the ask, you can add up these ask values over here. You can see very quickly that 10,000 would drive us up to 1410 very quickly, where we're at 1398 right now. These orders could be placed at a higher value and drive the price upwards. Caitlin's saying, "Is this institutions loading up on shares for sell-off?" I don't think so. I wouldn't look. I mean, I can't imagine loading them at 1398 to sell at a lower price, unless what you're suggesting is that price is going to rise and they know it and they're buying it at the low. That is a possibility. Mike says Michael Burry warns market plunge may be halfway over, which means from June 30th, which means the S&P 500 index could drop as low as 2,800 this year. Excuse me. No, these are not spoofing Weekend Warrior. Those were real, and you could actually see them going through on the order book. Those orders were definitely real. There was lots and lots of buying going through there. Nothing fake about those at all. No spoofing. Headstock Harem's asking kind of an important question here. If these orders are having a real-time effect now, does that mean dark pools are not being used? If not, when are they used? So the answer to your question, Headstock Harem, is that if you're seeing them on the lit market like we just saw, those are not dark pools. Those were legitimate shares that were purchased at lit market, at the lit market. So why are they not being used? Probably because whoever that was buying shares was not an institution. And they purposely wanted those shares to go through the lit market. I don't know who it was. It would be insane for me to try to even guess who it was. But they certainly had a huge amount of orders there. It's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. Hold on one second while I log into my broker. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication set up, you may want to consider it. It may help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in there. Set it up. See how it works for you. If you don't like it, get rid of it. I just want you guys to try and protect yourselves as much as possible. Taking you guys over to the other page. If I haven't read what it is you guys have written in the chat comment area, either re-ask when you see the big tramp come back on, or hold off on your comment directly to me, as I can't see them at this point. Taking a look at some of our numbers here. We got a lot of numbers to cover here. Let me go ahead and drag a couple pages over here to the other side, and then we'll start looking through everything. Give me 1 second here. Saint Monet's mom, I don't know if you're still listening, but I hope you're like super, super proud of your daughter, because I think that's really cool. She's got a lot of hard work ahead of her, but if she's willing to put in the hard work, there's rewards. But it really does matter about being at the right place at the right time. That's everything. her being seen by the right person is what it all comes down to, unfortunately. All right, taking a look at the numbers here. I mean, it's kind of sad as a musician. It's rough, man. It's really rough. It's not easy. Taking a look at these numbers here. What do we got going on? Starting from the top left-hand side of the screen, price prediction tallies. Monty's got 1 point, Eric's got 2, I've got 2, and Keto's got 2. This is just 4 apes trying to guess price every single day. Let me just make sure I got everybody's predictions in. I know I've got Eric's in. I just want to verify it. Okay, it's accurate. I'm guessing 14 to 17. Eric's got 1340 to 1640. Keto's got 1313 to 1613, and Monty has 1401 to 1701. These are only price predictions. These are not meant to be financial advice or anything like that. This is just 4 apes just trying to figure out what price is going to be within a $3 range every single day. Believe it or not, it's easy to get wrong. It's not as easy as it looks, and I think Keto can attest to that. Short exempt volume day over day was down to 167.8 thousand. Utilization, we are on day number 117 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Day over day price increase was down by 5.9%. Max pain did decrease. We had 15 Monday and Tuesday. Today it's 1450. Off exchange. I would normally expect off exchange to be about 44% right about now, and EDGX somewhere between 10 and 11%. Let's see what it is currently. 57.75 in the off exchange and 11.66 in the EDGX for a grand combined total of 69.41%. Nice. That is elevated, but not into that 70% range that we've been seeing lately. Those are definitely elevated numbers, though. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, I was having a problem getting this to refresh earlier this morning. It looks like it finally did refresh at some point, as it's showing 190.414 earlier this morning, which is higher than what it was yesterday, which was 190.375. But let me go ahead and refresh it again and see what it looks like now. Maybe Fintel's kind of not having problems anymore here. Let's see what we get. 193.94. Okay. Looks like that might be the same values. 190.394 is the values that I'm getting currently. Taking a look at Ortex data. Let me give that a refresh. So far this morning, I'm seeing a borrowing of about 936,000 shares. That increase is going to cause the short interest of the free float to currently be at 19.56, which is an increase. Cost to borrow average is at 9.69. Cost to borrow max is 12.51. Min is at 6.91. The reason that the estimated short share interest of the free float's up by almost a full percentage point is due to the fact that there was a reporting of exchange reported short interest that was higher than estimated amounts, which raised that value. So that's why we're seeing a higher number. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 143.06, which is about 500,000 shares more than it was day over day. We'll take a look at some of the other numbers here in just a few minutes on the chart. Let's move down to the options. Let's see where the volume is. Ooh, kind of crazy. A lot of volume all over the place right now. There's not like a huge clear winner in regards to volume, but at a $15 strike price, which is 50 cents more than what we ended the day at yesterday, that does appear to be the winner currently in volume with 2.47 thousand contracts. Did I say 2.7? 2.4. On the put side, highest amount of volume at a $13.50 strike price, which is 50 cents lower than what it was yesterday at closing. There's currently 2.4 thousand contracts. Same amount of volume. This volume is low. We are midway through the week this week. It's kind of surprising to see low volume. The market's kind of indicating that we may have a closing price between 13.50 and 15, which is a little bit scary for my price prediction of 14 to 17. Taking you guys over to Ortex, let's take a look at some of these numbers and what they look like. Here's our utilization for 117 straight trading days of 100% utilization. On loan amount, increasing slightly day over day, like I said, 500,000 shares from 142.58 to 143.06. The on loan average age per day increased ever so slightly from 52.98 to 53.01. And the estimated short share interest of the free float also increased day over day from 18.81 to 19.5. Massive increase on that compared to how many shares that were on loan that increased, which was only 500,000. But the reason for that is this exchange reported short interest, which was higher than what they were anticipating. Security lending volume day over day was a decrease. It went from 11.65 million to 9.8. We are not on a threshold list. According to Fidelity, GME currently in 22nd position with the most traded traded securities by orders, with 71% buys to 29% sales, and AMC in 25th with 65% buys to 35% sales. SSR trips at $12.63 for the day today. Shares having been borrowed were returned. It looks like we had returns up to 400,000. Then they borrowed another 150 out of that, returned it to 350. So just returns in the short term. Let's see, I counted 30,000 there. 30 on top of the 150. I'm just going to call it 150,000 shares because I did round up earlier already. So we're adding an additional 150,000 shares borrowed to the 200,000 shares borrowed already for the day today. We're at 350,000 shares so far borrowed for the day. Fees are 8.5%. We have 115.1 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 9.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 38.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 2.36, Dow Jones is up 0.43, and the S&P 500 is up 1.22. We currently have 4,090 advancers to 2,531 decliners. The market's doing pretty good this morning. The VIX is down 4.01%. IWB is up 1.18. IWD is up 0.29. IWM is up 0.62. Tesla's up 4.11. Amazon is up 3.57. Cinemark is up 1.04. Doge is up 0.92. Bitcoin is up 0.95. GME is up 0.96. HYMC is down 1.35. Hood is up 2.6. NCMI is up 12.17. And AMC is up 0.46% for the day today. But for the most part, it looks like we're trading sideways. Inflow versus outflow currently has $2 million roughly more in outflow than inflow, with 5.63 million shares having been traded after the first 45 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for about 48.88 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested that somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares would be traded. I think we're on track for that as it stands currently. I do want to point out, yesterday I said 20 to 40 million shares would probably likely be traded. We ended up doing 21.188 million shares. So we made the 20 to 40. It was close, but we made it. On the weekly, According to the Vortex indicator, we had more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.67, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.87, which is just slightly below average. On the hourly, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 35.85, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.62, below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.75, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud, I know there's going to be a day where somebody just absolutely reams me for saying the things that I say. Taking a look at the hourly, they'll be like, Ichimoto, how can you be talking about stocks and saying Ichimoto? And I'll be like, you know what? I eat crowns. Crayons. I can't even say the word right. I eat crowns for breakfast every day. Cobalt blue is my favorite color. Currently, we have the lagging line below the price line. Conversion line is below the baseline. These are not bullish indicators as I see it for the 1-hour Ichimoto. A thinning of the cloud occurs tomorrow. That is typically where price likes to move up through it, is where there's thinning portions in the cloud. On a 4-minute hour, again, lagging line below price line. And we've got conversion line below the baseline with price below the cloud. We have a thinning of the cloud moving up through the red starting on Tuesday of next week, which would be the 2nd. Where are we moving in price? Oh, I hate you. Let me change it the way I want to change it. This is kind of one of those situations where I have a feeling I'm going to be extending one side of this, perhaps the top side, since we're trending towards that side right now. But let me see where the trend channel is on this. This is currently pointing towards the top side, which could mean a breakout going down. However, we have falling volume but increasing price. That actually is an agreement. So we'll see if this touches the top here and bounces off of it. If it doesn't, I'm going to have to raise the top side of this, which could be a possibility. I don't know that we've necessarily found the top here. Might be a little bit too early. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Manjit says cobalt blue is my favorite color as well. There's something about blue. I don't know what it is. I don't like baby blue. I don't like really, really dark blue, but cobalt blue, oh man, it just stands out. Love cobalt blue. Sammy likes the way I say crowns. Does it drive you nuts, Sammy? Crowns. You're like, the king wears a crown, not a stupid drawing thing for kids. I don't like I guess I just don't like the Y in there. Crayons. Steven says rate hike should be at least 300 to 500. Rip the bandage off already. Let's get this play done and over with already. How deep can you be allowed to dig a hole? Crayfish. It's crawfish. Turquoise blue. Jana, I do like turquoise blue. Actually, believe it or not, my wedding ring. I wish I could show this to you guys. Maybe I can. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can take this off. It's gonna hurt. I got it off. All right. Let's see if this can show up on the camera here. Let's see. So I used to have I think he may have been a great uncle. My mom could probably correct if this is wrong. But I have my wedding ring. It's really difficult to see here. It's difficult to see. But what I have is on my wedding ring, there's koa wood. And the reason that I've got koa wood in here is because out of all the woods that I've seen in my lifetime and sounding woods that I've seen in my lifetime, koa wood is probably one of the most beautiful and beautiful sounding woods I have ever heard. And that's inlaid into titanium. Now, what you can't see there that may be really difficult to see is inlaid into that is turquoise. I've got turquoise in the ring, inlaid into the wood. It's just on that one side there. Everything else is just koa wood. Let's see. I can't really spin it too well. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but anyways, it's really beautiful in person. Um, I think turquoise is probably one of the most beautiful natural occurring colors out there. I don't think cobalt blue is a naturally occurring color, but turquoise is, and it is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Yeah, Caitlin, I'm not going to do it. Menjit says cobalt blue is third eye. I'm going to destroy these names. Chakra color, maybe somehow associated with you if you know about chakras and energy. I don't. I don't know about that. I just know it's beautiful. Thank you, Jana. I appreciate that. Myself says, okay, I give up. I'll take 10 rings. They're not for sale. But I love it. I mean, blue is, I feel like turquoise is almost like a combination of green and blue mixed together. And it's just this beautiful color. I love it. Like I said, I used to have a great uncle who used to work with stone, and he made a lot of turquoise jewelry, and I just loved it. The look of koa and turquoise together, that natural wood, it's just an absolute. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Oops, sorry guys, I forgot to put you on the other page. Salty Dog says I have kind of the same koa wedding ring, but without turquoise. Maybe you got it online from the same guy I did. I got it off of Etsy. Mm. That video I got from you, Salty Dog, thank you, man. That made me smile. I forgot to text you back and let you know. I probably should have done it as soon as I saw it, but it made me smile big time. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. I'm just not going to cover Caitlin. I'm not. I don't even care about it. Salty Dog says I bought the ring in Hawaii. I mean, Hawaii is known for their koa wood. It's beautiful. Great place to get it. Myself says, man, when I was a kid, I saw a turquoise Porsche. First time I saw the color, and first time so it was that like bluish greenish color with black. I don't know what to call that. Veins, black veins. Emerald green. Cuddy Cut said, "Good morning. How about emerald green?" It doesn't. I like emerald green, and it's stunning. It's absolutely stunning, but it doesn't. It just doesn't do it for me. Dan says, Dan, I don't care, man. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Myself says apple blue sea green, I think is the name of the color. I like it. Whatever color it is, I like it. Brian says after MOASS, I'm getting a belly button ring. That's unusual, but okay. Ah, yes. ABC says, and I've been there, ABC, so I know what it is you're talking about. Don't know the shade, but the blue you see in the Greek Isles is breathtaking. I have been to the island where you see that, and I can never remember the name of it. But all you have to do is just look up something like blue Greek roofs, and you're right. This is where it really kind of stems from for me. When you see something like this, when you see this kind of blue on white, and you see other kind of colors that are mixed in with it. I've been on a cruise to the city, and I can't remember. You take these. There's off to the left hand side down here. There's a spot where the ships port, and then you take these camels up the zigzagging hill up into this city. I've been here. Um, where does it say it is? It doesn't. Oh, Mykonos. I think that's what it is. Mykonos. It's absolutely beautiful. This blue, I agree with you. It is so stunning. It's just it's stunning. That's the only word I can even come up with. I hope when this is all over, guys, that you take trips and that you go out to places like that and you see things like that. They're amazing. You know, Highway Frog, one of my favorite songs is Car Radio that they play. I love car radio. Yeah, ABC, that's it. It's Mykonos. Myself says azure blue. My parents, because when we went to Mykonos, uh, they decided that they were going to build a house. Actually, I wonder if I can look it up. Hold on a second. I'm going to show you a house that they remodeled. Maybe I shouldn't show you this. I don't know. I'm going to show you what they did. This is how much of an impact it had on our family. Um, and I know this has got to be part of the reason why they um, why they did what they did. Let's see if I can get a good picture of it here. My parents remodeled the house, and they actually did it after did the design. I feel like the design was kind of after the whole Mykonos trip that we had. It was absolutely stunning. Let me see if I can find more pictures. My mom's gonna be like, "You shouldn't have showed that picture. You shouldn't have showed people this." This is not the best picture, but it kind of you kind of can see it. Let me see if I can find a better one. Why would they take only nighttime pictures? There's only one picture here that I see that they did during the daytime. That clearly shows the roof and it looks like they actually repainted the stucco. The stucco was white, which I can understand why they would have redone. This picture is only going to be just the gazebo leading to the front door, but the whole house is covered in this, in these blue tiles. And the house looks like they repainted the house gray, but it was white. But it's got this blue stucco, or sorry, gray stucco with a blue blue Mykonos tile. And let me see if I can find the only other good picture that I can find that really kind of shows it is this one. My dad loved palm trees, but that's the only other one that's got like it's got the blue top though on the roof. It's really difficult to see in this picture, um, but this is in San Diego, California. It's really a beautiful spot. I don't see any other pictures that really kind of display the blue roof as well. Man, they took mostly night pictures here. Anyways, I love that blue. So as the boss says, just another ape. We took a cruise from Venice, Italy, to that channel east to all those islands. Sammy Boy says, just another ape. You and Casey playing chess. As long as he gives me a voice to speak while we're playing, I will play him. That way I can. That way I can talk crap. If I'm gonna lose, I might as well be able to lose when I'm talking crap about it. Saint Monet's mom says, "Wow, looks like a resort." It was nice. It was nice. It was definitely a nice place to live. It's funny how when you get out on your own, you don't realize what life is really like when you live when you live in a place like that, and then you start realizing that leaving out a gallon of milk is can make or break your budget. And being out on your own is probably one of the most difficult things. And I never ever wanted to rely on my parents for help. I wanted to make my way or forge my way through life on my own, and that's what I've done. It's been there's been tough times, but there's been good times too. Sammy Boy says I'm down to play chess with apes. Uh, Steven has recommended that I start playing a game of chess with somebody during the live stream. We could start doing something like that. I remember my brother came, St. Mane's mom. I remember when my brother came, my mom and dad sent my brother to come up and stay with us for a week or two. I don't remember how. Might have just been a week. Uh, After I got out on my own and moved up to Eugene, Oregon, uh, and my brother came to stay with us, and we came home from work one day when he was staying with us to find like a gallon of milk and a Costco bag of cheese just sitting out on the counter. It had been sitting there since lunchtime, and I was pissed. I was super pissed at my brother. It was probably the first time in my life where I realized that there's words that you can say to people that you can't take back. Once they come out of your mouth, it's never possible to get those words back. I wish I could take them back, but it's one of those things where it's like when you're working your butt off just to afford the things that it is that you have, and then somebody leaves out milk and cheese to just sit there all day long. Uh, it's infuriating to you because they don't have a concept of what it's like to be able to afford what it is that you can afford. And I don't know. It's kind of one of those things. I was young back then. Jeez. I think he came to spend a summer with us when I was 20. Yo says, Casey, how do they disappear failure to delivers with married and divorced puts calls? Could you explain it in KC? Probably not. Yeah, St. Mane's mom says it's tough when you work so hard and those around you don't give a shit. It is. It is super tough. They don't understand. But that's how you learn. That's how you learn in life what the value of a dollar is, and what it means to struggle and to work for what it is that you have. Yo, I want to answer your question, man. I really do. I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that. I know I've seen it talked about before. Um, I'm not going to be the source of that information for you, unfortunately, because I don't know how they do it. If I knew the answer, I would tell you, but I just don't know. My guess, the best guess that I can give you, or the best answer that I can give you, is it's through leveraging. But I can't work it out for you and show you how it works. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Myself says, didn't Pantheon also play chess, or does he just like to call out strategy names? I don't know. I haven't seen him play chess yet. Caitlin says 85% of society is entitled and feels like they are owed paychecks to show up. Yo, if there's like a specific, like if there's a portion of it that you're hung up on, that's not making sense to you, I'd love to, kind of go over it with you if like you can explain it um, to me, and maybe we can look at it together, and maybe figure it out together. But most of it's through leveraging. We did break out of this wedge going down, guys. It was a little bit before my box that I had drawn in here, probably about by 6 minutes or so. Caitlin says maybe a better word for entitled is that they love to act like they're something that they aren't. 85% citation needed. All right. Well, let me know where it is that you're stuck on it, and I'll try to help work through it. Maybe together we can try and figure it out. Myself says just another ape. We will need 3 more players to create a KO chess tournament, a knockout. MGto says, is everybody ready for the kitchen sink? Is it coming? How much longer we got here? 2 weeks? Sammy boy, we've been playing on Discord lately. That's where I've been playing. I think Steven and I have played one game on chess.com. I don't typically go to chess.com to play games, just every once in a while. Hey, Buzzman, love you too, man. No homo. I'm going to take you guys to another page here for just a second because I think I just screwed up my page and I got to make sure it's set up right. Yep, I did. Right there. Sorry about that. So the question now becomes, guys, because we're at 1382. 1382 is lower than our previous low of 1394. The question now becomes, with a 24.8% decrease in price from 1837, is now how much lower is this going to go? And what I'm here to tell you is that a synthetic price failure, usually when it gets over 21.5% down from a previous high, it can go as much as 35% down. It just depends on how many paper hands that are found along the way. So I don't have an answer for you guys. I don't really know exactly what the turning around point is going to be, but we'll know. Usually when it starts breaking past, like I said, 21.5%, it could go down as much as 35%. 35% turning around point for us right now would be about $12. So we may see a turnaround at $12. It could turn around before then. More often than not, it's likely to go all the way down to 35. I'm looking historically right now at some of the numbers from the past. There's no reason why I can't show you guys what it is I'm looking at. I'm looking at some of the numbers from the past. We have had a turning around point before at 31.7% before. Most of them are around that 35% turnaround point. Here's a 29.6. Here's a 30% right here. So it can happen. It's just more often than not, it's going to be that 35% or greater. I mean, here we had a 27.5% down before it had a return to 1665. So it definitely could just go a part of the way, but more often than not, the statistics would say that, or would lead to support. They were likely, once we cross 21.5% threshold, that you're going to be heading towards 35. But we'll just keep monitoring and see how far it's going to go here. Or if you guys are looking for a link to the Discord, to my Discord, I can give it to you guys. Give me 1 second here. If you're looking for a link to a different Discord, I can give that out too. There's a link to my Discord. Sergeant Joe Friday, in regards to the Fed meeting today, I think we're looking at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. For me right now, it's 9:49 Central Standard Time or 10:49 Eastern. So 3 hours and 40 minutes away from now, roughly. Does the number of synthetics get lower every time we drop it another paper hand sell? That's a great question, Normal Cat. Actually, that's a really good question. What I would do in regards to trying to make that determination is I would look to see how much on loan has changed. If the on loan amount has dropped significantly when there's paper handing that's going on, then yes, the number of synthetics may have gotten lower. If the number of on loan amount has increased or stayed even, then I would say no. In this particular case, on this last down run that we had just recently, we saw approximately 65 million shares on loan returned. The question is how many out of 65 million was actually found versus just reloaned to pay off those loans. Loaning to pay off a loan. And I would suggest to you that through this last downturn, it's been mostly just loans to repay off loans. Just another pothead. Good morning to you. Steven, at this point, they don't have a choice, man. It comes down to sink or swim, right? They really just don't have a choice anymore. They got caught a long time ago. They got caught with their hands in the cookie jar, and they don't really have a choice, man. They either win in this or they lose entirely. There's no second place in this or third place trophy in this. Hedge funds either walk out as a winner or they walk out as a loser. So in regards to what's happening here, they have to. They have to continue to try and make money to keep operations running. It's sink or swim. Yeah, they have lost over a year ago. In fact, I think that people who are controlling price right now aren't even hedge funds anymore. Thick says if you're not first, you're last. That's exactly what's going on here. That is exactly what's going on here. They're either going to finish first or they're going to not finish at all. One of the two. And they have to they double down, they triple, sorry, they double down, they triple down, they quadruple down. They keep going down further and further and further. This is basically that guy that's out there that says double or nothing. Every time he loses the bet, he goes double or nothing. And so they've got like all this money and it just keeps disappearing. You want to know where it disappears from? Look at the market. Look what's happening to the market and it shows you proof of what's happening here. Look what's going on in cryptocurrency. Watch how it's dropping. They're losing money. The market as a whole is losing money. And it's because they're trying to hold their positions and they can't. It's ruining them. They're getting destroyed, guys. I know it doesn't feel like it to you. Maybe it does feel like it to you, but I'm telling you right now, they're absolutely getting destroyed. I mean, we just got reports of BlackRock losing $1.7 trillion. What? What? How much? Seriously. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember if it was one. I'm pretty sure it was $1.7 trillion. Let that sink in. I mean, maybe that doesn't really ring bells for you. I don't know. But $1.7 trillion sounds like a shit ton of money to me. Tom says T. $1.7 trillion. They're losing their butts in this, guys. Sammy Boy says, Casey, do you think hedge funds sold all their crypto? I don't know that they sold it all. I think they still have some left. I think that it still has more to go down. BioLife Hemp says hedge funds are making the bet that retail will get bored with the play. Statistics show retail moves on 99% of plays when showing unrealized losses in portfolio. Most retail doesn't understand mental warfare. That is their position, sir. You're absolutely right. The difference is that's not the case anymore. We understand what's going on here. We know what's at stake. We're woke. That's my opinion, but we're woke. And they're going to continue to double down on this over and over and over until they have nothing left. I don't think so, Abby. I don't think the market crashes. I think they've been pricing it in over the last week. What may end up happening, Abby, it'll be interesting to see when it happens, but if they come in and they put in a 50% or sorry, half a percent interest rate hike or 50 basis points, what could end up happening is you could see the market run because I think that the market has definitely been gearing towards at least a 75 basis points. If it comes in at 100, the market may go down because they may have not accounted for 100 basis points. I think the market's been kind of zeroing in on 75 So I would imagine that if you see 75 basis points, you're not going to see a whole lot of change. Ernie Arisagor says, "Does you say steak?" Oh, I got a sad story to tell you guys. I completely forgot all about it. Oh, it was such a sad story. So you guys remember how yesterday I was saying we were going to eat steak yesterday? That didn't happen. Let me tell you a story here. Let me tell you a really, really sad story. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful steaks. I had like $40 worth of steaks sitting on that grill. I just recently bought some new grill. What do you call it? You grill. What is it when you put your meat down on? What is that called? The bars. I don't even know what to call the thing, but whatever you put your meat onto, the grill bars. I got a couple new ones not too long ago. This is like the third time that I've grilled on them, but I've never grilled anything with any kind of fat on it. And it appears that my grill is heating those bars up way hotter than I'm used to having it. And I'll tell you what it is. I always heat up my grill to full temp for about 10 minutes. I come out, I scrape the grill off, I put the meat on, and I turn the grill to the lowest possible temperature that it can go to. Lowest. And then I walk away. I walked inside yesterday after putting the meat on, doing everything like I normally do. Closed up the grill after I put the meat on. Walked inside. I made mashed potatoes instant. Don't hate on me. It's all we had right now. We don't have any potatoes on hand. I made instant mashed potatoes, and I opened up a can of corn, and put everything in the microwave and heated it all up. It couldn't have taken more than like 5 or 6 minutes, tops, tops. I went back outside. I should have taken a picture of it. I'm ashamed, honestly. That's why I probably didn't. There was the remnants, the remnants of those steaks, and each one of those steaks was probably about, well, they were probably really close to an inch thick. Um, if I had to guess, they were probably, gosh, maybe two fistfuls worth of meat. What is that? They usually say like I don't know. I don't know how many ounces that is. Charcoal. They were nothing but charcoal. I've never seen my grill do that before, ever. I mean, I've had some accidents in the past, but I have never seen big, huge cuts of steak. No, it had to be more than 12 ounces, Remtac. Had to be more than 12. Yes, probably more on the size of like 18 ounces or bigger. 4 18-ounce steaks, reduced to nothing but charcoal. Yeah, silent listener said grill grate. That's what it is that I replaced recently. Dude, Remtac says major regrets. Dude, totally. Totally major regrets. Dude, I was so pissed. We didn't eat them myself. They were unedible. I should have taken a picture because I don't know. I should have taken a picture, but they were literally reduced to briquettes. They look like briquettes afterwards. It was really, 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 really bad. $40 worth of steaks just down the drain. We had leftovers last night. I'm really wishing that we had done wings now. I really, I really wish I had walked into the bedroom and said to my wife, "Hey, I talked about wings yesterday or today on the show. Let's have wings tonight, because things would have turned out so much better." Just another pothead says, "So did you get some wings after the disaster?" I thought about it, but my wife didn't have enough time at that point, so. Oh man, I have avoided that comment or that subject matter for so long for us because I feel it's personal. That's a Forrest is saying, have we discussed pineapple pizza issues on your channel? I feel like this is an issue we haven't touched on here, and frankly, I feel like it's far too important to ignore. We have not. Salty Dog says, well done, well done. You guys are gonna. I should have taken a picture of it. I really should have taken a picture. I was ashamed. I felt like the broken mug. It literally felt like one of those broken mug moments where it was just kind of like, why do I suck? Why do I suck so bad? 6 minutes. That's all it takes to turn a 18 ounce steak into a charcoal. Anyways, Forrest, pineapple on pizza. Let's do it. We're gonna go there. I'm gonna end the current poll. We got 437 votes. Majority of you think 75% basis points. I've avoided this topic for so long, Forrest. I knew eventually one day it would come, and today's the day, and you're the cause. All right, I'm putting up another poll. Today's poll Wednesday, stripper poll Wednesday. Uh, all right, you got it. There it is. Pineapple on pizza. Yes, no, or call inflation whatever you want. There it is. You got it. In regards to how I feel, Monty says maybe it was fake meat, plant-based steaks. I have never seen anything like it in my entire life, Monty. I can tell you that. I've never seen a steak in 6 minutes with the grill on low. Now, mine being, mind the fact that I had it on high for 10 minutes and I scraped the grill, but I always turn it straight to low. And when I went outside, it was on low because I verified. As soon as I opened up and saw nothing but charcoal briskets, I looked down to see what temperature I had it on. It was on low. I didn't, usually I can see flame ups happening from inside when they're happening. I didn't even see a flame up. They were gone, dude. I have never seen my grill do that before, ever. The only thing I can attribute to being different than usual was the fact that I replaced those, what did somebody call it? The grill, somebody put in their grill grates. That was the only difference. So I don't know. Uh, maybe those grill grates are super high hot. There was quite a bit of fat on the tips of each. I cook ribeyes, boneless ribeye, and so there was quite a bit of fat on the tips, but still, I've never seen anything like that. Pro Jeweler says cast iron skillet on the grill for steaks is the only way. I think I might have to change. That might have to be the case from now on. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta hit the restroom, and then we'll take a look at our numbers. So the only saving grace to those steaks being charcoaled was that one of them was good enough to feed to the dog. I didn't think he'd even eat it, but apparently my dog likes burnt toast because I fed it to him and he ate it. So, hey, the dog got some ribeye steak for dinner last night. Bruno was happy. Yo says, Casey, what brand crematory? It is a dang it, I can't remember. Um, Wait, give me a second. I'll go outside and look real quick. I'll be right back. It was a it's a Home Depot Nex grill, NEX without a T grill. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Stock G13 says, "Are we observing the loss of the 4 well-meaning lumps of meat?" Yes. Moment of silence there. Let's just call it that's what it was. Definitely a moment of silence for those 4 pieces. Man, I was so looking forward to having steak too. So I ended up not doing a marinade yesterday because I get where you're going with that, Sergeant Joe. The idea that the marinade may have had something to do with it would have been my first guess too. However, I didn't marinade. I actually just used salt, pepper, and a little bit of steak rub. So there was nothing in there that was unusual that would have caused like a flame up or anything. It was all I can say, yo, is that it was really strange. I've had times where like when I replaced the propane tank before where I've had like like differing flare or what's the word I'm looking for? Difference in like flame that's coming out of the burners, but in this particular case, the flame was pretty normal. Even after I opened up the grill, uh, normally when there's a flame up, it's like super hot in there, and it's still usually flaming. That wasn't the case though. In this particular case, the there was no. I mean, it was just leftovers. It was leftovers of meat sitting there. Hey, Doug, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Good to see you. Myself says, how many hours did you leave him on the grill? Dude, it couldn't have been more than 6 or 7 minutes tops. No, Future Will, I didn't call the numbers. It's time. It's time to take a look at the numbers. I took an extended little uh, walk away from the computer. I'll just tell you guys. I went to the restroom, went to go find out what kind of grill I had, and I was like, you know what? I still need to go to the restroom. So I went back for round 2. But yeah, TMI. Let's go ahead and take a look at the numbers since you guys are wondering what's going on here with them. Let's see what is happening. Give me 1 second while I log in. And yes, I did wash my hands. 2-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have 2-factor authentication, it's like not washing your hands. You might want to consider it. It could keep you safe. You never know. And then I read out my passcode to you guys. But you know what? Test out 2-factor authentication with your broker and see if it works for you. If it doesn't work out for you, you don't like it, or you experience problems, drop it. You don't have to. You don't have to keep it there. Let's take a look at our numbers. Taking you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys have written. If you wrote anything that I didn't discuss or talk about already, I won't be seeing it. So hold those thoughts and rewrite them later on when I come back to that page. But let's give us a quick run through here and figure out what's happening with our numbers, why things are unfolding the way that they are. Taking a look at the off exchange, as of an hour ago, there was 57.75% going through the off exchange and about 11.66 going through the EDGX, which is the ETFs. Currently, there's 58.78 and 11.45 for a total of 70.23% of our total volume. Not all of it, but most of our off-exchange volume going through that off-exchange. I'm not looking at all the fine details. There are a couple of other little exchanges in there that I could add in that would give us bigger numbers, but I'm just adding up the 2 biggest portions. Take a look at Ortex here. An hour ago, there was 936,000 shares having been borrowed. According to Ortex, it's now 1.87. And the cost to borrow average, well, actually, let me go back here. A doubling of that number of borrowed amount of shares is going to raise the short interest of the free float to 19.64%. Cost to borrow average is at 9.54, max is at 12.23, and min is at 6.91. Shares on loan is at 143.06, which is about 500,000 shares more than what it was yesterday. Taking a look at options. highest amount of volume was almost a tie between several different strike prices earlier. Currently, the winner was $15 though. Currently, that's changed to $15. It's still the same. An hour ago, there's 2.4 thousand contracts. There's now 8.6. So it seems like the market seems to have a better idea of which direction this is going to be heading, and they're doubling down on 15. On the puts, and the reason I say that is because the additional volume. And we were like 2.4 earlier. An hour later, we're like at 8.6. Somebody thinks that the price is going to start moving back up. On the puts, though, at a $13.50 strike price an hour ago, there was 2.4 thousand contracts. There's now 3.9. So the market's signaling a closing price somewhere between 13.5 and 15. 14.50 is max pain. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, GME is currently coming in at 23rd. Most heavily traded stock based off of orders, with 72% buys to 28% sells, and AMC is coming in at 65% buys to 35% sales. We're doing much better in our buy to sell ratio after I think a portion of us started buying GME shares. We're looking much better now. SSR is at $12.63, and let's see, it looks like only returns in the last hour on shares. Fees are still at 8.5%. Total amount of shares that we've seen on Stonko Tracker Barb for the day today is 350,000 shares. Currently, there's 115.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 9.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 38.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. The Nasdaq is up 2.55, Dow Jones is up 0.44, and the S&P 500 is up 1.37. The market is advancing over declining, with 4,473 advancers to 2,241 decliners. The VIX is down 4.54, IWB is up 1.39, IWD is up 0.51, IWM is up 0.92, Tesla is up 4.11, Amazon is up 3.77, Cinemark is up 0.86, Doge is up 0.69, Bitcoin is up 1.07, GME is up 2.65, HYMC is down 2.61, Hood is up 2.97, NCMI is up 20.51, AMC is down 0.08. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have $2 million roughly more in outflow than inflow, and our volume is 10.45 million shares after 109 minutes of trading. We're currently on pace for 37.49 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I don't recall off the top of my head where we were an hour ago, unfortunately. But I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 15 and 35. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.46, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.34, which is slightly below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.58, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 38.93, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we've had several crossovers since market open. But it looks like an imminent crossover on more selling pressure than buying pressure currently, with RSI at 43.97, which is slightly below average. We did break out of this wedge here, and then immediately almost broke up above it. And it almost looks like we've got a lot of consolidation that's just basically occurring right now. Let me see if I can figure out where we're heading to here. It almost looks like a descending broadening wedge. if that is the case, there's a chance that price will come down maybe a little bit here, breakout initially going up to probably around like 14.13 again later, and then breaking out down further. We'll have to keep an eye on this and see if this holds true. If it did break out going down further, let me just run a quick calculation on this and see where it might head to. Like 1358, not very far, not much lower than, somewhere down here. 1353 is the next fib, so something not much lower than that next Fibonacci retracement lower. That's what I'm seeing right now. Give it some time though, there might be another pattern that forms here. ApeSource says, does anyone know what the 100% utilization record is for consecutive days? If there's a way to find that info. I don't know. Normal cat, I think that's what I'm going to rename my grill to, is the cremator. Yeah, we don't. You can remove your comment if you want, Doug. It's probably not a good idea to disclose your position. Good morning, Danny. BioLife Hemp says Bigham's just posted a tweet. He's right about this 100%. $4 trillion sold into market by 4 companies, sold not yet purchased in filings. Citadel alone has 65 billion, one word, over leveraged. ABC, for a long time I've thought that. It used to be that it was looking like they were doing it through the mortgage-backed securities, but now I'm not seeing that because the mortgage-backed securities were inverse to the SPY. So in other words, when the mortgage-backed securities were heading down, the SPY was running up, and it looked like they were injecting money through purchases through the mortgage-backed securities. I'm not seeing that any longer. The money's still going there, but I don't see the inverse relationship any longer. And when I say in regards to the money still going there, I can show you the Fed's balance sheet here. Starting the 7th of this month, they actually had a rebuy of about $11.2 billion in mortgage-backed securities, which is right here. And that was the beginning of this month. Then on the 14th, wait, hold on a second. Let me write this down. I got to write this down. So I'm going to break out the calculator. So far this month, they've had a buyback of 11.2 billion negative, right? On the 14th of this month, they're showing a basically nothing. I'm not even gonna count that. That's like 7 million buy in mortgage-backed securities. And then the 21st of this month, they're showing $21.5 billion in purchases through the mortgage-backed securities. So subtract that from the 11.2, 10.3 million positive. I know it says negative, but it's positive. 10.3 million in purchases, billion. I said million. 10.3 billion in purchases in mortgage-backed securities for this month so far. And the idea is that they're not purchasing more mortgage-backed securities, but they are. The difference is that in the past we've been watching the mortgage-backed securities pump, and then when they dip, you start seeing the SPY rip, which tends to lead me to believe that they're funneling money into mortgage-backed securities, and then the market's withdrawing the money to keep the market afloat. However, that's not the case anymore. Now we're starting to see these are becoming aligned to where whenever the mortgage-backed securities are pumping, the market's pumping as well. So I'm not really sure what's going on, but it doesn't seem right. Something's off. The money's coming from somewhere, but I'm not sure where. BioLife Hemp says, "Hello, Doug. Please contact me on WhatsApp. I will show you how to turn 1K into 1 billion in 2 weeks." I have a trading system for you too as well, Doug. Please contact me on the side, and I'll show you how to make more money with a new system. I actually had somebody contact me like that one time on Twitter, and I told them, I said, "Well, I'm actually using a system that I really like right now. It's called Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow." To which the response is they said, "Yeah, I've used that system before too. It's great, but I found a way to make more money on this different system." And I was just like, "Okay." I don't even know what to say to somebody when they say that they've used Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow as a system for trading. I mean, it's just, I don't know. Don't fall for everything that you read, guys. Just don't. Exactly. Pro Jeweler says, "How's your trading going?" That's exactly the line that they come in with. How's your trading going? How good. How's your trading going? Great, but I have a great new system you should hear about. Me too. It's called Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow. How's your system? I have the best system ever. Alex is like, I could go for a Suck, Squeeze, and that's what I'm saying. It's the best system. You can't. How can you go wrong with that system? Oh man, some of these characters are hilarious. My dad, he's passed now, but my dad back in the day, when we used to have landlines, people would call during dinner. Not infomercials. What do they call those? Solicitors. They would just call up on the phone, and my dad would have the habit of he'd go and he'd pick up the phone and he'd say hi, and then he'd just set the phone down. He just he just set it down and just walk away from it and just leave it sitting there. It was pretty funny. I also liked it when he would every once in a while he would entertain the questions and he would just act surprised the whole time. And at the very end, just be like, "Nope, not interested." Really? Wow, that sounds really exciting. How do I get involved in this? Oh, you need a credit card? I'm not interested. Dan says, "Why do we only run with the market when the market goes down?" I don't feel like that's been the case lately, but I could be wrong. I feel like we have a pretty, I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's do it. Hmm. All right. Let's take a look at this. It's a little bit off. I got pretty close to where these lines are tracking almost evenly. There we go. It's pretty close right there. All right, so we got a run up right here with the market, and we got a run up on AMC. So we've got this run up right here. We experienced the same kind of pattern all along right here. Here was a little bit of a this is kind of an upwards run as well for us right here. The market, on the other hand, had a little bit of a more of a downswing here than when we were kind of running up a little bit. So there's a little bit of a difference there. This downwards momentum right here. We had this big run down here. Those are pretty in line with each other. This run up, oops, should have moved that. This run up right here is pretty much in line. This run down here was about the same. This run down here looks pretty even. I don't know, man. I'm not seeing it. And this goes back to December. Everything that I'm looking at in here looks the same except for this portion right here. This is the only spot where the SPY ran down and AMC just kind of traded for the most part kind of sideways in there. So I don't know. I don't know that I would say that we're the opposite exactly. I feel like we're trending with the market for the most part. For the most part, not always. For the most part. Do you remember what? Do you remember the rules by life for suck, squeeze, bang, blow? I'm gonna pull up the rule for bang. Best identified when volume and price spikes. Price will remain relatively the same during this period, but volume will fall leading into the next phase. Now, price has not really remained this relatively the same. I would argue that that's wrong, right? At least where we're at in this current phase where we're at. Price has been all over the place, right? I mean, we started in about 1247. I'm going to count the 1413. I've seen times where the second day is really kind of the point that I call the center. So price should remain relatively the same to 1413. Not necessarily, but we saw the big push in price and volume. Well, see, here's the thing. There was a big push in volume on the 26th of June, but not a big push in price. The really big push in price and volume occurred in two different stages in 2 different days. So 1413 is the day where we got the big push in price. That's the value that I would expect us to be hanging around is 1413. But price dropped all the way to 1257 by the 6th. It was too far. And volume dropped. That's what it's supposed to do. But because of this price drop from 1413 all to 1257, there was a correction. And it went up all the way back up to 1448. And then it started to correct the other direction. Meanwhile, volume pumped back up when that happened and then started falling back down again. So we had price increasing all the way up to I actually didn't record all these dates here, but our final height on this was 1837, which I don't have all the days registered in here yet. But now here we are. We had an overcorrection to the top side to 18, and now it's correcting back down to that 14 range again. Meanwhile, volume has been spiking and dropping all along the way. So it's almost like we've had like many little uh, bangs over and over and over with inside the bang where we've had like this like price will drop, volume spikes, price returns back to center. Volume drops, price rises, overcorrects to the top side, and then you have volume increasing and then running back down again. What are we seeing currently? Currently there's 20.6 million shares traded 2 days ago, and then 21.1 million shares traded yesterday. Volume's getting super, super low here. I only have 15 to 35 million shares suggested for this for the end of the day today. That's really, really low. So 14, 13 is kind of the magic number. I would expect price to stay really close to that 14, 13 range. And I'm not really expecting to see change too much from one direction or the other, except for that it has. But it's going to correct. It's going to correct and it's going to bring it back into that 14, 13 range, and then just drop volume. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take a break. Maybe I just go to 11:20. Screw it. I'm just going to go to 11:20 with you guys. Because I only got 20 more. I forgot to take a break when I was supposed to today. So earlier this morning, I haven't gotten Sammy boy. If you're listening, is it okay that I share the information that you sent to me? If you're listening, Remtax says no break. Dr. Zena says, damn it, I was promised generational wealth last year and YouTubers are financial advisors. Where's my billions? Welcome to the market, Dr. Zeno. Wait, I used to put up stuff for this. Hold on. I can't remember what I used to say. Hold on a second. I got something for this. Where did it go? Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, I don't have any more. I didn't save any of the things that I put in here. Welcome to AMC and AD, where everything is made up and the price doesn't matter. That's right. The price is like inflation, transitory. I didn't save any of the ones. I had a couple in here that I had put in, and I never saved them, so I just made it up on the fly. Doctor says, but the YouTubers promised. I don't think Sammy Boy's watching right now. Maybe I should hold off on what it is he sent to me. Hmm. Okay, doctor, I appreciate that. I don't think that I've sent you any DMs, but I appreciate you letting me know. If you send me a follow Dr. Zeno and I ask you the stupid regular question I ask people that have new accounts and just kind of seem in general suspicious, please ignore it. But I mean, don't ignore it. I mean, do respond to it, but I just got to make sure that I know it's you. So if you follow me, I'll probably send you some BS like, "Hi there, I see you just followed me. I was wondering how I might know you." I think that's what I usually say. So, and it's just kind of like a random thing to make sure that whoever it is that's following me is a real person. As long as it's a real person, that's all I care about. I just don't want bots following me. Pineapple on pizza, 52 to 41. Call inflation whatever you want, 7%. Uh, oh man, I think that's pretty funny that 7% of you picked the no answer. But what I find more surprising is that it's 52-41. The no's that could have had the 7% and made it a much closer race decided to go with what was funny versus what was more important to them, which tells me a little something about people who are saying no way, Jose, to pineapple on pizza. What was the game? Somebody was going to recommend a game to me yesterday, and I don't remember anybody recommending a game. Lupe, I'm not going there. Myself says pineapple one. All right, here I'm going to tell you guys why this is a sensitive subject to me. When I was younger, I used to love Canadian bacon and pineapple was my two favorite toppings on a pizza. It's not that anymore. I love me pepperoni and bacon, and maybe sometimes jalapenos when I can afford it. But I'm telling you right now, guys, that I have there's a love in my heart still for Canadian bacon and pineapple, but it's just that as I've gotten older, it just doesn't taste the same to me anymore, and I just don't eat it. I don't even think I can if I tried. I just don't have that sweet tooth that I used to have, and but there's still love in my heart for Canadian bacon and pineapple. So I feel for people who like Canadian and Canadian bacon or ham and pineapple. I feel for them because I know the pain. I understand it. I get it. I've been there. So it's kind of a sensitive subject for me, but I can also understand why people don't like it. All I'm going to say to you is if you like Canadian bacon and pineapple or ham and pineapple, throw on some bacon. Try some bacon sometime on top of that. It's going to change your life. And you might suddenly convert to pepperoni and bacon. I don't know. We'll see. Normal Cat says, here in my country, pineapple is what separates pizza from fast food to fine dining. 7% myself. 7%. And yes. Remtac says, sweet and salty barbecue, no tomato sauce. I hate marinara sauce. That's actually not a bad choice. Throw a little bacon on there, Remtac, and I think you're gonna be happy. Try that out. Barbecue sauce. Actually, you should try chicken. Screw the pineapple. Throw some chicken on there. Barbecue sauce, chicken, and a couple different kinds of cheeses. If you can find a place that'll give you options on cheese, do like a 3 cheese chicken barbecue pizza. Whew. Yeah, it's with bacon. Throw the bacon on. Can't forget the bacon. Vincent says in a cup of hot dog water. Are we back on the hot dog water again? Bacon. Remtac says grilled pineapple. That might actually make a difference. I could probably go back on grilled pineapple. Not on my grill though. All it's doing is making briskets right now. Forrest, if I can find the rate hike being if somebody can give me a link to it, I'll definitely televise it. Jeff, we talked about bacon ice cream the other day. I haven't had it before, but I want to try it. Oh yeah, Remtac says, yep, chicken barbecue bacon onion extra cheese. Make sure it's red onion on that one, and I think you're gonna be perfect. And yeah, that'll be good. It might not be bad, Ken. Pineapple on a pepperoni and bacon pizza. Biden talking right now about a new COVID variant. I wonder if that's the one he had. I don't think you can project that myself on the ones that have voted against it, I should say. Baked beans on a pizza. I've never heard of that. Caitlin, I saw the video of Biden stop blinking in 2021. It was kind of eerie. Not gonna lie, it was kind of eerie, but it did look a little photoshopped when I watched it, though. Just a tad bit. The eyes don't move with the head. If you watch it carefully, it doesn't look like the eyes move with the head the entire time. It looks photoshopped to me. You know what's funny, SoCal? You said you hate pineapple on pizza, but love it on your El Pastor. I get El Pastor tacos here. We got a great place right down the street from me, and I always tell them no pineapple, and I love it. It's absolutely the most delicious taco. In fact, if we have a get together and it ends up being anywhere near me, I would probably cater those to you guys. El Pastor tacos with no pineapple. Pineapple pizza with extra shrimp. Normal cat. The only question I have for you, first off, I mean, actually, it's now two questions. You can't call yourself normal cat and have pineapple pizza with extra shrimp. But really, the question that I really want to know is what pizza place you order from that gives you shrimp on your pizza? Oh gosh, new variants called voter fraud 24. You guys are too much. I've never done that before, Charlie. I've never barbecued pineapple chunks before. Volume is being dwindled down to nothing here, guys. Just throwing it out there. I mean, you can see how low the volume is here. We're trading under 20,000 shares a minute here. Some of these minutes we got a 15,000, a 14,000, a 17,000. I mean, these minutes are low. It's extremely low volume today. Yo says we have shrimp Alfredo pizza up this way. We're odd. I would try that. That sounds really good to me. I'd love to try it. I would absolutely love to try it. That shrimp and pineapple on pizza sounds interesting. I mean, I'm willing to give it a try. Why not? It's got to be on a coastal. I'm not gonna have shrimp and pineapple pizza in Chicago. I promise you that. I'm not gonna have shrimp and pineapple on pizza in Ohio or Nevada. But I'll tell you what, though, it sounds good on a nice coastal uh, state. Anything that's near near the ocean, fresh shrimp, pineapple sounds good. Myself says, dude, make a brochette with chicken, onion, and pineapple for the grill. Sounds good, man. Right after I turn it into charcoals. Anchovy. Guys, I just realized I have shrimp in the freezer. My mother-in-law gave us some shrimp recently. Ooh, snap. No, I just remember we're going someplace to eat tonight. Tonight is Chewy's. If you don't know what Chewy's is, you're missing out. It's probably just around where I live, but we're heading out to Mexican food for the night tonight. So, and I get the big as your face burrito. I have a small face. Why are we all so hungry right now? It's only 10:50. It's like we got another hour before lunch. You guys are like starting up on the food early today. What's up with you guys? Why are you all hungry? What are you hungry for? Are you guys hungry for more price action or what? What's going on here? Gee whiz. What is this volume ruining your day or what? What the hell's going on here? Pro Jeweler's hungry for tendies. It wasn't my idea. It was Airman's idea. He was the one that started this myself. It wasn't me. Don't you dart. No, don't you try to start blaming me first, sir. It was not me. Doc says, "Did you say cheese whiz?" Cheese whiz, guys. Ken says, "Hungry for volume." What? Come on, Remtech. How do you get fresh shrimp in Indiana? Hold on a second. Hold on. I got. I mean, I know where Indiana is, but I mean, hold on. I'm gonna try and guess where it comes from, cause I just can't even imagine. Trying to guess where that comes from. You gotta be eating it out of the Atlantic. I have a feeling, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but I have a feeling if you leave your state and head someplace else for some from for some shrimp, that it's gonna rock your world. But it's gotta be like a more coastal location. Just saying. Who was it that said that? I gotta find this. Who said Indiana? Hold on a second. Rem Taco. Rem Taco, man, I'm telling you, dude. You and me were alike. I'm telling you right now, man. Go to a coastal state and have some shrimp in one of the cities that's close to the coast, and your world's gonna be rocked, man. Probably a huge difference between what you get in Indiana and what you get on the coast. The problem is the only problem is that you're never gonna see shrimp the same way when you go back to Indiana. You'll have to move just to get good shrimp again. That's the sucky part. It's like leaving Southern California or Arizona for some good Mexican food in Oregon. I'm not even kidding you guys. When I moved from Southern California up to Oregon, I asked people. I said, what's a great place to get Mexican food?" And they told me El Torito's. And I said to them, I said, "Guys, no, I'm serious, like real Mexican food." And they said, "That is real Mexican food." And I said, "No, you can't get fried ice cream in Mexico." It's just too much. When you go to some place where they don't have food like it's supposed to be, it's entirely different. Pro Jeweler says I miss good Mexican food. Yeah, man, it sucks when you're not by some place that's closer to the border. It's not the same. It's just not the same. All right, guys, it's time to take a look at our numbers here. It's been fun talking talking food with you guys, but let's get back to the numbers real quick here. Taking you guys over to the other page here, let's check out what's going on because we're not going to miss a whole lot what's moving right now. Let's see what's going on here, shall we? More shares are going to start making the off exchange the more that there's less available in liquidity. Volume, where does it come from? It comes from real shares being actually traded at the market. That's where it comes from. Taking a look at off exchange so far for this morning, we got 58.78 in the off exchange at 11.45 through the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at currently. 59.25 and 11.13 for a grand total of 70.38% of our volume moving through the off exchanges. Again, guys, this is like this is a 6.38% increase from what we used to see in averages just a couple months ago, going through the off exchange. I've been really regular about tracking these numbers. We've seen a big difference on how much is going into the off exchange, and that hurts lit market price valuation. It's less pressure. Total amount of shares having been borrowed for the day today is 2.12 million, which is up from 1.87 an hour ago. Cost to borrow average is at 9.56, cost to borrow max is at 12.23, and cost to borrow min is at 6.91%. Shares on loan for the day today is 143.06, which is about 500,000 shares more than it was day over day. And taking a look at the options, at a $15 strike price, an hour ago there was 8.6 thousand contracts. There's now 9.6. And on the puts, at a $13.50 strike price an hour ago, there was 3.9 thousand contracts. There's now 5. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts. Market signaling a closing price somewhere between 13.5 and 15 for the day today. According to Fidelity, orders by customers, GME's 26th with 72% buys to 28% sales, so their volume has drastically falled off. Wow, I said falled off. Falled off. Falled off. Falled off. Wow, how do you say words like that? It's crazy. Falled off, because it makes sense to me. AMC is currently in 25th with 64% buys at 36% sales. Falled off. we're actually about where we were an hour ago, but the volume has definitely dropped on orders for Fidelity, or for GME rather. Falled off. I don't get it. I don't know where these words come from. It's almost like the synapses pathways between my brain. You can almost see them crossing, and two words intermingling into fall off. Instead of saying fell off and I don't even know what the other one is. Felled off. I'm sorry, I can't get past it. It's ADD. SSR trigger price is $12.63. Shares available to borrow is 550,000 shares. That's only returned shares, both in the ETFs and the available. Fees are 8.5%. We've seen them borrow about 350,000 shares out of the available amounts to borrow so far this morning. 115.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 9.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 38.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. The NASDAQ is up 2.63, Dow Jones is up 0.47, and the S&P 500 is up 1.46. We currently have an advancing over declining market with 4,000 487 advancers to declining 2,270 positions. VIX is down 4.29. IWB is up 1.5. IWD is up 0.63. Falled off. I don't know. It just popped back up into my head again. IWM is up 0.88. Tesla is up 3.95. Amazon is up 4.6. Cinemark is up 0.91. Doge is up 0.5. Bitcoin is up 1.26. GME is up 2.56. HYMC is down 2.03. Hood is up 3.44. NCMI is up 20.87. And AMC is down 0.78% for the day today. We've got we have about $4 million more in outflow than inflow, and volume trading at 11.94 million shares for the day today. Let's check and see what kind of pace we're on. We've traded for 158 minutes, putting us at 29.52 million shares average pace for the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 15 and 35, so we're definitely on pace for those numbers. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.28, which is below average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.93, which is slightly below average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.61, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.12, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover here in the last 15 minutes with RSI at 39.87, which is below average. I suggested earlier that it looks like we may be in a descending parallel channel. I said parallel. Descending broadening wedge. Wow. More sleep, guys. I'm dedicated to getting more sleep tonight. Although I told my wife, I said, we need to go eat dinner early tonight because we got some TV shows to catch up on. We've got to catch up on Stranger Things, and then after that, we're moving on to finishing up the Star Wars Ben Kenobi stuff. And then I've also got Frank the Tank, Hank the Frank, whatever it is that I gotta finish watching. Old School. I gotta finish watching Old School. And so we got some TV watching to do, but hopefully I can get to bed on an appropriate time because I think that's where things like fall off comes from. Lack of sleep. It's got to be. Remtac says king crab I could eat for every meal with ghee butter. Ghee? What's that? All right, I got to look that up. GHEE butter. What is that? Hold on. What is that? Is that the normal butter that they use for dipping into lobster? Because if it is, I didn't know that there was a difference. I always thought it was just straight up butter. Clarified butter. Ghee is a class of clarified butter from India. It is commonly used in the cuisine of Indian subcontinent, Middle Eastern cuisine, traditional medicine, and religious rituals. Looks like you can buy it for like $11 a bottle. Interesting. Never heard of it. I learned something new today. Thank you. Ramtaco says Gouda. I love Gouda. I don't eat out every day, Jordan. We do eat out more than we probably should. But you know, if there's any hero here in regards to making money, it's my wife, Frank the Tank. John Hannaford says, Casey, can you tell us how they suppress volume? One of the biggest ways that volume. Can you tell us how they suppress volume? In my opinion, John, I think one of the easiest ways to suppress volume is to run price down. Typically speaking, when you run price down, it doesn't entice people to buy, and so you have less volatility that occurs and volume is suppressed. So in regards to suppression of volume, that's probably one of the easiest ways to suppress volume is to run price downwards. How do you run price downwards? You get less price discovery through off exchanges. How do you get off exchanges? You don't trade lit market, that's for sure. Everything off lit market is going to reduce the amount of price discovery that you have, which in turn reduces volume. Danny says, Casey, my wife said speeded up one day, and I told her it was speed up. We debated about that for a while and finally made a bet. Apparently, speeded is another correct way of saying it. Speeded. Speeded. Yeah, but fell down. It's not even the close. I mean, I appreciate you trying to give me some credit for fell down, but it's not even. It's like on a totally different level. Easterby says, Ben Kenobi, if you're gonna watch it, there's a fan edit online that's a lot better than the Disney slop. We gotta watch the Disney slop first. Yeah, Justin the Ape says routing orders to off exchange, run price down by heavy shorting are two ways to suppress volume. I agree. I totally agree with what he just said right there. GD. Oh man. Why you gotta go there, GD? GD asks, do you have do you have to explain what your nickname is in school again? Um, did I explain it before? I didn't remember. I was known as Spedned. Dino Mike says Disney killed Star Wars. Dino Mike, I agree with you. I really do feel like they did kill it. Disney's never, sorry, I shouldn't say this. Star Wars has never been the same since Disney took over. I agree. Yeah, I know GD. I know Spedned. Yeah, yeah. Laugh it up, GD. Laugh it up. In February, I told that story. This year or last year? It had to be this year. I wasn't on February last year. Yeah, that was my nickname. Uh, I mean, what do you? Yeah, you run around all the time acting like Beavis and Butthead when you're a kid. What else are people gonna call you? Sped, Sped is the name you get. Uh, this sucks. Earth sucks. I don't care BioLife. It doesn't bother me one bit. I can understand. I mean, he's not the only one wondering, how it is that I do the things that I do here. Some people have been claiming that I make money through YouTube, and that's the only way that I can continue to be here, being here. And I think I've done that. I mean, I'll do it again. I don't have a problem showing it. For those of you who haven't seen, I'll just open it up right now and show you, because I know this is like an ongoing battle for me. Like I don't understand like why people seem to think that I have to be making money on YouTube. Let me go to my YouTube channel here. Your channel, customized channel. Uh, the only reason I'm showing this is just because I know people are going to doubt. But then I go to monetization, and you can see that I've met all the requirements for monetizing. Like all the check marks are there. Like I've got the right amount of subscribers, this two-step verification, the amount of hours needed. I love this part. 4,000 hours are required to watch, but I've got like nearly 200,000 hours. Zero active community guidelines. Guys, I have zero active community guideline strikes. I used to have two. I think I had two. I'm down to zero now, guys. This is good. This is a good thing. But now, anyways, I can apply. And so when I hit apply, you can see that step one I've not started, step two I've not started, and step three I've not started for monetizing on this channel. It doesn't make anything. This channel makes nothing. The great thing about that is that you guys, my understanding is you don't get commercials, which I think is cool. Oh, son of a. I just realized that I had my information up there as I was showing that information. Hold on. I'll pull it back up. I didn't realize that my stuff, I just realized when I looked over to the side. Let's see, go back. Your channel. I know I don't have to prove this, but it helps if it helps to change people's opinion about what it is that I'm doing here. Here it is. Apply now. Monetization not started. Not started. Not started. I'm not monetized, guys. I'm not making anything out of this. Nothing. Not a penny. I'm not here to make money off you guys. I'm here to make money off of the people who owe us money. I'm here to make money off of people who owe us. And it's not you. You don't owe me. None of you guys owe me. Not a single one of you owe me anything. The hedge funds owe me. They owe me for 2000. They owe me for 2008. And they're going to pay. I'm determined. I think they're going to make me some money here. They got plenty of it, and I'm ready to take it. Remtax says it's all from Casey's brother. Dynamite says I've never seen a commercial on your channel. You never will. Well, actually that's not true, Dino. Take that back, sir. You have. I've been playing music on my breaks, and that advertises to you guys every once in a while. I can't help it. It's either you listen to nothing or you get some advertisements while I play free music. So there's not really kind of any way around that for me, unfortunately. So just kind of have to bite the bullet on some things. It's kind of like I was telling myself. Myself was just saying he was going to help me out with a project, and I was telling him like sometimes projects they take extra time because I don't have help and I don't have any way to pay people for help. So I just take whatever volunteer I can get who will help me on things. And so what that ends up meaning is that you know I projects take longer. They take longer because I don't have any help. It is what it is. Just I work around it. Doctor, man, I'm not here to try and make you stay, man. Don't feel like you got to stick around. I'm going to be doing this one way or the other. You know where I'll be if something happens. If you got to get in the right place, you got to get in the right place. Yucca Frida says 2000 and 2008. What the heck happened then? .com bubble, housing market bubble. Lost money during those periods of time, Yucca Frida. I don't know if you didn't. I did, and my parents did. Some people lost out on homes during that period of time, and I think they're ready to collect. That's all right, Jordan. Jordan and BioLife, don't worry about it, guys. It's no big deal. There's no reason to get upset at one another about asking questions. Or I understand people are curious. You want to know. It's cool. I'm all right with it. Just another ape. I'll tell you what. I mean, you're doing it right now, Steven. You're a moderator. You're doing what it is that you need to do. That's it. You're a content creator. You're doing what it is that you need to do to pay me back. Already. You don't even know it, but you're already helping me. All right, guys, I got to go to break here. I got to try to answer as few, or not as few, as many questions as I possibly can before I go here, but I'm obviously behind because I went on a rant, a soapbox. Casey's fake profiles are making more money than him. I didn't. Do I have some? If I have some, I want to know. Tank Dog says, "Why do you think AMC is not following the SPY today?" Tank Dog, that's a great question because we normally do follow the SPY. It is a great question. I can't specifically answer to that until I see multiple days of us doing the opposite of what the SPY is doing. Otherwise, I can't. I mean, in order for me to tell you that we're inverse to the market, I would have to see multiple days of repeated inverse movement in price. But just one single day where we're moving opposite of everybody else doesn't qualify. So I think I understand what you want to hear, but I can't say it because we need more than just 1-2 days tops. You know, it's got to be some meaningful period of time. Well, but no, doctor, it's not. You know, the truth is, doctor, is that while you may be kidding, there's people who genuinely do feel that way. So when I talk to you directly, I'm actually talking to everybody because I want them to hear it. I'm going to be here, guys. I'm going to be here consistently doing this over and over and over and over and over and over and over as long as this takes. You don't have to, but I'll be here. Hey, I love you too, Yucca. No homo. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to take off here. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back at 12:10. Let's see. Remtax says I only made 5 Casey Shaw fake AMKC pages all around. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna head out to break here. Let me put up a little message, and then I'm gonna head out. Alrighty, guys. See you in just a bit. I'm gonna go grab some lunch, some charcoal steak. Nah, I threw that stuff away. I gave my dog the only one he would eat, and then threw the rest away. I'm gonna go find something in the fridge somewhere, but I'll see you guys back here. Maybe it's gonna be top ramen for me. See you guys in a bit.
Musicvine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit Musicvine.
Love Upbeat? Why not upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month? Get unlimited downloads, access premium tracks, whitelist your YouTube channel, and boost your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Arthur says, laugh out loud, you said duty. You gotta say it right, Arthur, man. Come on, you go, he said duty. You gotta do it right, man. M. Height says, complete crap today. Today is a prime example for why this play is so important. Every other meme stock is up, not tied in the market. Volume is low. I could go on. Sammy boy, I sent a DM to you on Twitter. Let me know if you got it. Actually, you may have already sent me back something. Let me check. uh, uh. Like, let me check my messages and stuff. Yes, you did. You did send it to me. I have stuff to show you guys. Let's check it out here. Sammy Boy sent me a message here. I'm gonna clip this a little bit, Sammy Boy, just because I don't want to show everything that's on here. There's just certain parts of this I don't want to. I guess there's a couple things I don't want to show. I don't want to show who you're with, but I'm gonna actually exclude that as well. So there's a brokerage account out there. I'm copying from his letter or his well, it looks like an email that he was probably sent here. Says earlier this year we announced our plans to start lending securities as part of our mission to build a sustainable business. We still plan to launch this in the future. The rollout is being postponed and we will not commence securities lending at this point in time. We'll update you and provide you with the relevant information and plenty of notice before introducing any changes in the future. Best, Robin. All I'm going to say on this one is I'm just going to point out to you guys that security lending volume is one of the key indicators that we've been seeing in borrowing on short-term borrows. It's where they can borrow shares for a very short period of time and then return them that have been spiking and typically do spike before price rises. I don't really have anything specific I want to say about this other than the fact that if you want to stop if you want to stop them from loaning your shares or lending your shares out, one of the best ways is to have a cash account, but also to make sure that you're not part of a lending program as well. A lot of brokerages have the ability to take yourself off the list for lending. Yucca Frida, I did see Adam Aaron's chest tweet. Have you guys heard about Melvin Capital? That's a good one. Myself says, don't show the duck pics. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Christopher said, Christopher, we're totally gonna score, dude. We're gonna get chicks. Yes. Oh, Thick says slightly behind on repo. Place your bets. We're about a minute away from that repo. Let's see. Yesterday's numbers, guys. In case you don't remember, yesterday's numbers were 2.189. I'm gonna say down. I'm gonna go down today. I'm thinking that it's starting to kind of level off here. I'm gonna guess down. I'm gonna go 2.124. 2.124. That's gonna be my guess. Ferntaga says, there's lots of sluts in Vegas. Beavis and Butthead are so disrespectful to women. Let me tell you, I feel way different than I did back in the day. Some of the things that they said back in the day, I don't feel the same about, like laughing at anymore. Back then it was funny, but now it just seems like, that's not so appropriate. Boy, times change when you get older. It's time to take a look at our numbers here, guys. While we're waiting for Thick to get us our thrilly numbers. Thick's going with 2.005. He's going low too. Let's see here. Taking you guys over to the other page, hold those thoughts for just a few minutes while I cover these numbers. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider setting it up with your broker, testing out, see how it works for you. It may work, it may not work. You may not like it, you could take it off. But at least you can try to have some kind of assurance that you may not have somebody in your account that you don't want to be there. I feel like this is like the closest I get to like advertising to you guys. Protect yourself. Get LifeLock. It's like, this is it, guys. This is how I advertise to you. Be safe. Protect yourself. Wrap it twice. I don't know what to tell you guys. This is it. This is me. Taking a look at off exchange. An hour ago it was 59.25 and 11.13 in the EDGX. Let's refresh those numbers, see where we're at currently. Let's see here. 58.9. Still, nope, that hasn't changed yet. It's still updating. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Is it still updating? It looks like it's still updating. We might have to come back to the off exchange. It looks like it's having problems. Maybe I'm having problems. Nope, it went through. All right, I'm gonna go with this. 5.896 and 11.15, giving us 70.11. That does look updated to me. It is over 70% right now through the off exchanges. Taking a look at Ortex data here. An hour ago there was 2.12 million shares having been borrowed. That is now 2.02, so slightly down. That's going to have negligible effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float at 19.58%. Cost to borrow is at 9.58. Cost to borrow max is at 12.23, and min is at 6.91. There is currently 143.06 million shares on loan today. That's a 500,000 share loan difference day over day. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of volume for the calls at a $15 strike price an hour ago. There's 9.6 thousand contracts. There's now 11.4. And on the puts, let's see here. Highest amount of volume at a 13.5 strike an hour ago. There's 5,000 contracts. There's now 5.1. There's definitely a 2-to-1 ratio right now in call volume versus put volume, and market signaling for a closing price somewhere between $13.5 and $15. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME, are coming in kind of low on the list today due to low volume. AMC's in 24th with a 66% buy to 34% sell ratio, and GME's coming in 26th with 72% buy to 28% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $12.63. Shares available to borrow is no new shares borrowed in the last hour. Fees have gone down from 8.5 to 7.2. Looks like they're trying to make it more desirable for shares to be borrowed. We've seen about 350,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. 119,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 6,000 contracts that are in the money. 32.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 19.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. We currently have the NASDAQ up 2.51, Dow Jones is up 0.25, and the S&P 500 is up 1.3. We have 4,294 advancers to 2,468 decliners. VIX is down 3.16, IWB is up 1.3, IWD is up 0.52, IWM is up 0.71, Tesla is up 4.19, Amazon is up 3.73, Cinemark up 0.11, Doge is up 0.24, Bitcoin is up 1.4, GME is up 0.99. HYMC is down 1.95. Hood is up 2.84. NCMI is up 19.57, and AMC is down 0.96%. Inflow versus outflow, there's currently $7 million more in outflow than inflow. Volume currently at 14.2 million shares traded for the day today. Oops. Let's try and figure out what kind of pace we're on. After 230 minutes of trading, we're on pace for about 24 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market it would be somewhere between 15 and 35. It's very rare for me to say 15 to 35. I normally don't go less than 20, 40, but pre-market data was suggesting an extremely low volume day today. Based on the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.22, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.72, which is just below average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.58, that's almost triggering oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.03, which is below average. And a 5-minute interval, we have what looks to be a divergence of the two numbers getting ready to occur, with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.57, which is slightly below average. Getting a little bit of barcoding going on right now. It's not hard to imagine considering the fact that there's not a whole lot of trading going on with this kind of volume. Volume is everything, guys. It really is. The impact on volume to a squeeze play is absolutely crucial. Probably the number one thing that can impact a squeeze play is volume. You said score. Repo is 2.188. Dang, it was almost nearly the same. Down $1 billion. Too bad. Not too bad. Remtac said it. Man, we're basically barcoding here. It definitely looks like it. This period of time right in here definitely looks like a little. I mean, there's not all of it's barcoding, but a lot of it is. Yeah, thank you, Thick. Thank you for getting us the numbers. Steven says just going to say the same thing, barcoding. It's not very usual that we see barcoding in the middle of the day. This is something that I brought up to you guys earlier this morning, and I thought I would bring it back later in the day when I thought that it would be relevant, which is right now. Let's take a look at this. I suggested to you guys earlier this morning that as we got really close to the announcement on what the Feds were going to do as far as interest rates, that we would probably start seeing a lot of stocks just start trading sideways. Not a whole lot of crossing over and everything, the whole market just kind of coming to a halt. Versus like yesterday, this is kind of like it's not really a random sampling, but it's a good sampling in here. I'll read off a few of the stock names. You might recognize the tickers on the far side of the page here. We've got AMC, GME, Amazon, Tesla, Netflix, Meta, Ford, Snapple, PayPal, BBIG, Sens, Ader, CMG, and SNDL. They're all listed in here, but I don't see a whole lot of cross movement going on. If you look at previous days, they look like a big mismatch of spaghetti going on. But right now, and that kind of looked like that a little bit this morning, but now you can see that through the later half of the day today, it looks like everything's just starting to trade sideways, looking to see like they're wondering where the market's going to go, and they're waiting to make transactions until after that happens. So, and I brought this up earlier this morning, first thing this morning, because I know, in the title rate hike, 75 or 100 BPS. I kind of wanted to just kind of throw it out there and be like, guys, this is I was expecting this to kind of be the case today, to where everything just kind of trades sideways for a bit, leading into that rate hike. How much is the key question here. Last time we had a rate hike, I believe it was within 15 minutes or less that the market started moving after the announcement on it. May have been 15 minutes before the rate hike was actually announced. I'd have to go back and look at the date and see. But something very, very similar to what's happening right now happened back then as well. Yeah, basically we're coming to a grinding halt here, as they await the announcement on where we're going. Garrett says, "What's your thoughts on AMC's close today? Above or below 1388? I know not financial advice and whatnot, but what is your opinion if you had to guess?" I have a price prediction for the day today at 14 to 17. I was guessing the same values that I was guessing yesterday, and I was barely in because we finished yesterday at 1403, I think. So I'm kind of expecting an update today. Yeah, 1403 was our closing price yesterday. Most of the other guys who did price prediction tallies for the day today were lower than I was, except for Monty. Monty had 1401 to 1701. Eric had 1340 to 1640, and Keto had 1313 to 1613. Yep. I guess we're gonna have to see what happens with this rate hike here. It's gonna be the ultimate decider as to where we're moving to. Otherwise, I think everything's gonna just kind of start trading sideways. If I go through and I look and compare what we got going on here for a lot of the different stocks that I have over here on the side, let's see how they compare. So NCMI is a little bit different. That's up 19.13%, by the way. This is Hood compared to AMC. HYMC looks similar to AMC. GME looks a little bit more up than AMC does. So they're not exactly trading this alike. Cinemark is looking very similar to AMC. Amazon looking more like GME's. Tesla looks like Amazon. And then these ETFs for IWM looks like GME. IWD looks like the same as IWM, and IWB is roughly about the same as well. Let's take a look at the SPY here. SPY looking about the same. We'll look at a few of the mortgage-backed securities. We got VMBS here and MBB looking very similar. Garrett says, you think even if FOMC makes overall market red, AMC still goes up? Well, I think they factored in 75 basis points. And if that's the case, then I think the market continues to move upwards today. If they do 100 basis points, I think that the market moves down and AMC might move with it. That would be my guess. If they do 50 basis points, I think everything runs. So I think it really just kind of stems on what are they going to put in? What are they going to go for? What's the magic interest rate increase? Let's see. You guys put in pineapple on pizza. 51% of you are voting yes so far. No is 42% of you, and 7% of you are just troublemakers saying call inflation whatever you want. I actually don't disagree. I actually kind of like the group of you who went with call inflation whatever you want, because you're my kind of people. If that's what you voted for, each to their own, I guess, right? Rebels. You're supposed to answer yes or no. You're not supposed to put in call inflation whatever you want. Rebels. No, no, Easter Beast. I saw that. I saw it. You can't take it away. Go ahead and put it back in there. You said it. Own it. Own it, Easter Beast. I saw what you said about fruit on pizza. Own it. There you go. There you go. There's no reason to take it back. You hold on to, you feel the way you want to feel about it. It's okay. Nobody's gonna be angry at you. Yeah, honestly, guys, until we have the Fed make the announcement, which is about an hour from now, I think we're just gonna see a bunch of nothingness. So what are we gonna talk about? Does anybody want to play chess? Watch Steven be like, I'm down, let's go. Anybody want to play some chess? Steven says, Casey, would you eat pineapple peanut butter? No, but I have eaten pineapple. Sorry, I've had banana peanut butter, and that's really good. Pineapple's a little too sweet for me, I think, and the consistency doesn't really match. Like you don't want to have pineapple like lingering in your mouth, and that's all the peanut butter is going to do. And not only that, but the acidity of the peanut butter, sorry, the acidity of the pineapple is going to probably cause the peanut butter to coagulate, I imagine, in some fashion or another. That's probably going to end up turning uh, into peanut butter balls in your mouth. And who wants? Ugh, ugh. I just thought of peanut butter balls in my mouth with nuts. That's that's probably the worst thing ever. Steven says, and that's why it doesn't belong on pizza. Let me ask you a question then, Steven. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Would you put peanut butter on a pizza? Because I wouldn't put peanut butter on a pizza either. Oh man, the American Trader. I've never had a deep fried banana sandwich, but I bet that would be really good. How did I know you were going to key in on that myself? You forgot the nuts part. Insert Beavis and Butthead joke. Have you ever had peanut butter and nuts in your mouth? Oh, hold on a second, guys. All right. Anybody want to play a game of chess? Who wants to play a game of chess? Anybody? Because if you do, I'm gonna head to the poker table number 1 to play chess. So if you go to the Discord, we can play a chess game together in poker table 1. If you're willing to show and talk, we can get a poker game going here. Because let me tell you guys, we got like an hour. We got an hour for this market to do nothing until the feds roll out the numbers. So we might as well have some fun while we're at it here. make sure that's not like too loud for you guys. Turn that down. All right. I've got a chess match all set up and ready to go. Cassius has come in. Cassius is... Uh-oh. I'm in trouble, guys. Cassius, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let me make sure
All
everybody...
right.
Let me make sure everybody else can hear you. Let's see. All right. I think I have your volume set correctly now. Say hi. Hello?
Hey, what's up, Casey?
All right. There we go. All right. All right. Let's put it up here. Let's put it up on the screen here. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit here so we see just this. I wonder if I can... separate this. I don't know. We'll throw it up here just like this. Alrighty. Good luck to you, sir.
Hold on, let me get connected and all. Still loading.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time. We got an hour. It's gonna you're gonna kick my butt. I know you are, but that's all right. I don't mind losing. Just don't forget
That's okay.
the jagged headed piece is the queen.
Okay, that's right. Okay.
Remtac says we should play Clue.
Go easy on me, Casey. It's been a while.
Oh man, whatever. You go easy on me. You go easy on me. How's that? Easter B says, "Don't chess games last for hours and hours?" Not usually. It depends if you have them timed or not.
You can set them for.
I didn't time this one, but I figure we'll probably be pretty. We'll be. I don't think we'll take forever on this.
Hey, Casey, give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute my volume.
Sounds good. Highway Frog says, "I can't say I've ever listened to a chess game before. It's a first for me." It is. We're just because you said that, Highway Frog. We're at $13.90 right now. We're down about 0.95%, and we're pretty much just barcoding. So I decided to play a chess game here. Cassius Bozeman is here to play a chess game with me. See, I'm already in trouble. I knew it.
Nothing's even happened yet.
I know, right? Nothing's even happened, but I'm in trouble already.
Oh. What do I want to do?
Danny says, "Casey, do we have to be quiet like in golf?" Absolutely not. This is Tiger.
All right, I'm backing off.
This is Tiger Woods golf right here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I feel like I got set up there. What's gonna happen?
Didn't see it.
Let's see here.
Maybe I need to slow down.
We're gonna wait. We're gonna make paint dry. Easter Beast says, ever play battle chess? The pieces kill each other with animated fatalities. I know I haven't. Rem Taco says, I'm clapping, but it's so silent you guys can't hear it. Let's see. What do I do here? Wait, why didn't it let me move that? That should be a valid move. There we go. For some reason, it didn't let me move it the first time.
Huh.
So let's see here. Steven says, you two are crazy. NC Proud Dad says they have a game where 4 people can play at the same time. And then is that like real life? The queen beats the king. Wait, what? Is that some kind of joke? Now see, people are gonna start. People are gonna start telling. People are gonna start giving people hints here. It's like, come on. Let's see. Don't give any hints now. Check. Captain Awesome says there was a chess club in high school, but wasn't allowed to join. So some friends and I created a checkers club out of spite. That's awesome. You showed them. Yeah, Remtax says no hints, guys. Uh-oh.
I don't like that night.
Do you guys know about NC Proud Dad says, do you guys know about En Passant? And yes, I do. I do know about En Passant. And you know what? I was playing Super Steven the other day, and I actually had a great En Passant move, and I missed it. It was really like it was kind of one of those pivotal points to where uh, if I had just seen the move and made it, I would have been really well set up, and I completely missed it. Thick says, is there a blackjack 21 room? I don't think so. Remtax says they wouldn't let me in any teams in high school, so I just became a pothead. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think there's a 21 black. I haven't looked at all the different games that they have on here, but I don't think they have I don't think they have it. Steven says we should set up a Texas Hold'em game. Usually I do Texas Hold'em on the weekends, and usually we have a good, somewhat good of a turnout. Sometimes it's like a full table. I don't think we've ever really had anything beyond a full table before, though. Hmm. So, um, what do you think, Cassius? What do you think? What do you think is going to be the outcome for the basis points for the day today?
I think it's going to be 75 basis points.
75? Yeah.
Yeah. I think the markets are going to be green possibly tomorrow, and then it's going to be a bloodbath.
Hmm.
Every time the Fed raises the rates, the day of and the day after are green, and then there's a rug pull. Have you noticed that?
I feel like I want to say yes to that. I'd have to go back though. Honestly, I'd really have to go back and look and see. Um, Interesting. You want to trade queens? Hmm.
You don't have to.
Right, right. I'll make you a deal over my cold dead body. I'm just kidding.
Let's see. I don't know if I want to lose it just yet. Oh, that. Sometimes I pick it up and then it drops in the wrong spot.
Oh man. If you do something like that, I'll trade moves back and we can take it back.
You ever had that happen to you?
I'm not with this software. I haven't yet, but I'm sure it's bound to happen because I definitely know what you're talking about. It could happen. Hmm.
I guess you want to go that route.
Yeah, it didn't really give us much of an option, did
All
it?
right. A whole lot of options. All right.
But the way I see it is that I'm pinning most of your pieces here, and so I feel like this is a good opportunity for me to be able to kind of catch a lead here.
Maybe. Looks like it's going to be down to the wire with you and me.
Remtax says, I think the next 3 weeks is going to be a little bit crazy. Captain said, switch to the 5 minute and zoom out to the last few days, and you can see the algo is dropping the price every time there's a pre-market boop. Let me check that out here, Captain. Unfortunately for me, I can only go out this far. But there's a pre-market boop. There's a pre-market boop. I don't know if I'd call those boops. But there's definitely been some pre-market activity going on for sure. The Wolf of Tanisha says, what if the SEC decides 50 basis points? I think the market's run up. Keto's going 100 basis points. No, he did not win yet.
Looks like Casey's going to win. I get a rematch, though, right?
Sure. Like I said, we got an hour. Well, we'll have a half hour.
That's true.
You calling this one a draw or a resign?
No.
Oh, okay. Never give up. Never give in.
Got me. Right. You got me kind of stuck, though.
Yeah, not a whole lot you can move.
No, not a whole lot.
I think you got three pieces you can move. No, two pieces you can move right now. No, I take that back. You do have, I mean, you have four pieces that you could move, but two of them could, well, three of them are probably only, no, two of them are only really good options. There is a third one you could move that's kind of an option, but probably not advised.
Pretty hazardous situation.
Yeah. Steven says if they do 50 points, it's just a way to prolong the squeeze and to hurt the middle class for even longer.
I think 75 is where they need to go. I think they need to go higher, but
Oh, it's my turn. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was your turn. My bad. I've been sitting here like waiting. Okay, wait. I knew what I was. There was a move I was gonna make. Now I can't remember. Let's do this one. Let's do that one. Wait, what? Huh? Well, let me move. Hold on a second. I'm gonna leave the game and come right back.
Okay.
Sometimes that happens. Huh. It's not letting me move. Give me 1 second.
Are you resigning?
No, I'm not. Let me leave. Okay, now it's your turn. It's showing your
Where's
turn.
your move?
I don't know. It just says that it's your turn now. I think it was frozen. I don't know which move I made, but it might have been. Oh, it was my pawn in front of my king. I think I moved my pawn in front of my king up one. Actually, it says G6. It says G6 was the last move that was made. So, yep, that's it. That's
Now
the
it's not letting me. It's not letting me move now.
leave the game and then hit park view and then go back in and join the game again.
Okay.
Monty, I actually don't know where to air the meeting. If you could find that link for me, I will air that. I will show it. Dudeman Diary says, "Is this Casey's version of flipping the Monopoly table?" I'm shorting it.
My screen's blank now.
Yeah, try leaving the park.
Did that?
Try clicking on the lower left-hand corner at that park view and get back out again and try loading back into it again.
Oh.
I could try nudging you. Maybe that'll work. Nope, it won't let me do that. I could try leaving and going back in. Derek says, meantime, tanks are surrounding Chinese banks. Too much global turmoil. 1% today. You have to crash to rebuild NWO. I mean, that's what I've been saying for a long time. I mean, they really, and I kind of feel like whoever said the ripping off the Band-Aid, the American Trader said they definitely need to go higher. We need to rip off the bandage. That's exactly how I feel. It's going to happen. The market's going to come down here. Trying to soft land this thing is, it's great until it doesn't work. You have any luck?
Not letting me back in.
I don't know what happens if you leave the activity. I don't know if it. I'm gonna stay in the game. You could try leaving the activity, but it might forfeit the game. I could try leaving the activity, but if somebody's not inside the game, then we probably will lose the game. I'm imagining.
Like it says, come back in, and then it's got join activity, but then it's got that cancel button on there. You know what I'm talking about? Like block.
No.
It won't let me back in.
So you're just clicking on the board though?
It's a blank screen. Black. Did you have that problem?
No, it just wasn't letting me move anything at all, and it was saying it was my turn, so I exited out and came back in, and then it said it was your turn. You could try leaving the activity. Scroll down to the bottom of Discord, and you'll see leave activity, and then you can try joining back in again.
Yeah, I've tried that twice.
Oh, okay. And then it shows nothing but a blank screen.
Yeah. Join activity, and then it's blank. Okay. Let me. How do you forfeit this match then?
The flag. I think the flag button in the bottom right.
I don't even have a screen. What the heck? Let me see. If I click share your screen, can you see what I'm seeing?
Perhaps.
Can you see that?
Not yet. Now I do. Click on the board. Now I do. Click.
Okay. Hold on. I'm back in.
There it is.
Okay. You see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So it's my turn?
Yep.
Okay. Not letting me click on my pieces. What in the world?
Derek says there's only 4 moves left anyways.
Yeah, Casey's got this one. Let me, I'm gonna go ahead and resign. You want to start a new game?
Sure.
Okay.
You know what? Hold on. Don't join this game. I'm going to. How do I stop this? Give me 1 second. I'm going to stop this game from. I'm going to trash this game.
Okay.
I'm going to create it. I'm going to create a new game, but I'm going to make sure I'm white this time since you had to go first last time. I'm going to make sure that I'm white so that this way it's fair. Because if I, not fair if you have to go first twice. All right, now you can join.
Here's a redo. I'm rusty, Casey.
That's all right, man. I'm not okay. Thank you, Monty. I appreciate that. I'm gonna pull up the Federal Reserve. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let me click on something real quick here. All right, I'm gonna be watching on the side here, waiting for the press conference to start. All right. Thank you, Monty. I appreciate the help there, man. Jeff says, sorry I've been gone most of today, but regardless, as soon as he opens up his mouth on the rates, we'll give them another reason to short this down another 5 to 10% to get us to 35%. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I think I mean, we're actually starting to head up already. Let me just check and see if the rest of the markets are the same way. Let me just check. Looks like, yeah, the SPY's starting to head up. So maybe they did 50 basis points because that's my theory is that, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and end the poll because we're getting really close to time. And the market's starting to move a little bit here. So let me end the poll and take down the numbers that you guys said. So 75 basis points was the winner. 50%. Oh, no. That was a question from earlier. I just ended the pizza poll. Let me read off the poll from earlier. Hold on a second. Rate hike, how much? 75% or 75 basis points. We had 44% of you said that. 35% of you said 100, and then 13% of you said I don't care, and 6% said 50 basis points. So the majority of you guys had 75 basis points. It looks like we'll see what it's going to be here in a little bit. And meanwhile, Cassius and I are playing some chess.
Oh, looks like we're green.
Yep, we're heading upwards, at least initially. Yeah, Tom says here, and they're trying to redefine what a recession is, and that's one of the things that bothers me more than anything is that they're trying to just suddenly decide like, oh, well, a recession isn't really what we said a recession has been, in forever, which is kind of jacked up.
It's your turn, Casey.
Sorry, man. I'm reading the comment section over here. Let's see here. What do we got going on? Somebody said, "Ew, that green color is such a nasty color," and then Thick says, "Oh, look, they fixed it." I mean, that's what it really feels like to me, Derek. Everybody wins a trophy. It's definitely what it feels like. I made a bad move. I should have moved my other pawn. I don't know what I was thinking. Volume in these last couple minutes has risen. We had on the first initial spike up, or the largest spike up that we had here was 92,000 shares. Then we had 158, that then down to 102. The volume's kind of reducing again.
Oh, it's my turn.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you move?
I moved my pawn forward one, my king's pawn to e5.
Oh, okay.
We haven't gotten the rate hike yet, just yet, E. Ellington. We're still waiting. I got the Federal Reserve press FOMC press conference all lined up on the side. Soon as it comes up, I'll put that on and we'll get rid of the chess game here. But we're just kind of waiting. I really feel like the market's kind of just not really doing a whole lot of anything right now. Um, hey Vince, man. I guess first off, welcome to the community here. One of the things that I kind of like to make sure is that, ape not fight ape kind of stuff. And I feel like you're kind of coming in here attacking a lot of people. It's kind of weird. Um, it's kind of useless, to be honest. Um, and like over 50% of the text, over 50% of the chat in the last 2 minutes has been you. What's going on, man? What's happening in your life? How you feeling? What's got you going? Keto says you should invite Adam Aaron to an interview while playing chess. Keto, I thought about interviewing Adam Aaron before, but I don't want to. Um, for I kind of like the fact that well, I don't want him to ever feel like there's, if there's ever a chance to where I can talk to him in the future, I don't want there to ever feel like there's like some kind of like pressure or need to. I don't know. It's just something I've been avoiding doing. Does Hot Koch play? You know what? Hot Koch, he reads a lot. So my guess is that he probably does play chess. Just a guess, though. Hmm. Ariel says, I bet Adam Aaron plays 3D chess. I think you're right. You know, PC3, I'm going to try harder. I'm going to try harder trying to get Hawk to come on here and talk. Hawk Talk. We'll call it the Hawk Talk Hour. Oh, man. Oh, man, you're making me trade off here. That sucks.
Don't have to take it. I'm not going to kill her.
Yeah, you will. I ain't got nothing. Yeah, you will. Let's see here. I had plans for her, damn it, but you just kind of took that out. No more plans anymore.
No! Now
Let's
it
see.
gets interesting.
Yeah, right. Hmm.
I was going to kill her. Dang it. Dang it. I was going to kill that pawn.
Yeah, I saw that pawn attack there. I was kind of a little weary of it. Still no FOMC press conference as of yet. Wasted America, Sandy said, I played chess with my girl last night. We. No, don't, Arthur, don't give hints. I'm not even gonna read it. I saw a horse, but I don't even want to know what you said. I'm not looking. La 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 la. Vince, man, you seem hurt. You seem like a hurt person. Uh, Yo says, take his thingy. Oh wait, it's my turn. Wait, how's it my turn? There's no way it's my turn.
It's your turn. I
I moved.
moved the bishop, I believe. Let's see, e5.
I made my turn and it's not registering it now. It's doing the same thing it did before. Okay, now it's your turn.
Crap. Where did you go?
Move the bishop to take bishop.
Really? Huh. Not showing that on my screen.
Yeah, you might have to exit back out and go back in, hit Park View, go back in, click on it again. It seems like it's doing the same thing it did earlier. I don't know why it's doing this. Seems like we may have found a chess bug here.
Okay, so I hit Park View.
Dr. Zeno reminded me, he says, remember, sometimes if someone is grumpy, it could be because they have not taken a crap for a few days. I mean, that's not always the case, but it can cause the grumpies. I always forget. I always forget that, Dr. Zeno. I really need to remember. Have a poop.
Have a poop.
Have a poop.
That's funny. Okay, let's.
Mm, uh-oh. Here comes the big guns.
I just gotta get her out. You got this knack for trapping me.
Hmm. Nah, screw it. Wade Hill says the vote for the Fed was unanimous, 75 basis points. It usually does come through on the news a little bit earlier than other locations. It's not going to work. But the Fed hearing, I've got it set to live right now, and I haven't seen them come on yet. So the press conference hasn't started. So 75 basis points according to Stoneface Master as well. Looks like we're getting reports of 75 basis points as being the answer. Brian says this channel goes through so many reincarnations. Now chess. We had some time to kill, Brian. We had like an hour to kill before anything was happening. So I kind of wanted. I thought, why not play some chess? We'll kill the time. X-Lax brownies should do the trick. That would do the trick. My turn. Uh-oh, what did you move? You moved
Bond.
B4. Oh, I see it. Yep. Alrighty then. What are we gonna do here? We're gonna dance. Is this what this is? Dancing. Alright, let's dance.
Let's see.
Doctor, how's it going, man? Waiting for the Federal Reserve to come on live here. We'll play the Federal Reserve live. Dr. Zena said, if you want a real rush, take excessive laxatives all at once. Then in the middle of the night, you'll have the worst horrible gut cramps followed by the shit of your life. What a rush. If you've ever had a colonoscopy and they make you down that the bottle of shoot, what is that stuff called? It's over the counter laxatives, and you basically in 12 hours, I think in a 12-hour period of time, you take that stuff to flush out your system. Worst ever. I was so dehydrated the next day. Everything else was fine. I just hated Miralax. Thank you. I couldn't remember the name of it. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, you down an entire bottle of Miralax in a 12-hour period. And of course, you'd think that would do terrible things to you. It's really not. Well, for me, it wasn't all that bad, but it was the dehydration afterwards that just really messed me up afterwards. It was terrible. Son of a. I missed that. How did I miss that? Why did I not see that? I thought I saw everything. I missed it. Dang it. All right. Yeah, I screwed up. You had a better move there, but thank you. I appreciate that. That was you helped save me. Fudge nuts. Oh, maybe I did know what I was doing and I forgot what I was moving. Highway Frog says, tip, don't drink that drink if you have a bowel obstruction or infection. We're not doctors here, guys, but don't do this. By any means, do not. Don't it. Do not. Oh, sweet mother of pearl. I suck at chess. Four says best strategy in chess is go no strategy, just go in guns blazing. I agree, man. Still no Fed meeting. I'm gonna refresh and just make sure that I didn't miss it.
That meeting's at 2:30, isn't it? 2:30?
Yeah, it should be 2:30. Well, I guess it's 4 minutes away. I just thought I thought that they'd I don't know. I just thought I would have seen something by now. Did you move? No. Oh, you did move.
Yeah, H4. crap.
Kenny, how's it going, man? What up, Mr. Casey? Been watching every morning on the way to work this past week. Watching all day, past a few days back and forth from Connecticut to Niagara Falls. Great Thanks, man. A little slow day today, Kenny. Not gonna lie. It's definitely a slow day. What? Take it. But you know, it's part of the reason for the slow day today is because they're raising those interest rates, and as you can imagine, the market kind of wants to stall out because of that. Brian says, whatever happened to Bobby Fischer? That's a good question. I don't know the answer. Dino, Dr. Zeno says, Rem Taco, have you tried milk thistle and super clean diet for the liver? Huh, interesting predicament here. Ooh, I heard about the kid getting his fingers crushed by a Russian chess robot thing, but oh, Fed meeting is up. Hold on, guys.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I are strongly committed to bringing inflation back down, and we're moving expeditiously to do so. We have both the tools we need and the resolve it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2.5 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high. Against this backdrop, today the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by 0.75 percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. And I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators of spending and production have softened. Growth in consumer spending has slowed significantly, in part reflecting lower real disposable income and tighter financial conditions. Activity in the housing sector has weakened, in part reflecting higher mortgage rates. And after a strong increase in the first quarter, business fixed investment also looks to have declined in the second quarter. Despite these developments, the labor market has remained extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies near historical highs, and wage growth elevated. Over the past 3 months, employment rose by an average of 375,000 jobs per month, down from the average pace seen earlier in the year, but still robust. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, while labor supply remains subdued, with the labor force participation rate little changed since January. Overall, the continued strength of the labor market suggests that underlying aggregate demand remains solid. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in May, total PCE prices rose 6.3%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 4.7%. In June, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index came in above expectations at 9.1%, and the change in the core CPI was 5.9%. Notwithstanding the recent slowdown in overall economic activity, aggregate demand appears to remain strong. Supply constraints have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, and price pressures are evident across a broad range of goods and services. Although prices for some commodities have turned down recently, the earlier surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's war on Ukraine has boosted prices for gasoline and food, creating additional upward pressure on inflation. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing the target range to 2.25% to 2.5%. And we're continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet, which plays an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. Over coming months, we will be looking for compelling evidence that inflation is moving down, consistent with inflation returning to 2%. We anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. The pace of those increases will continue to depend on the incoming data and evolving outlook for the economy. Today's increase in the target range is the second 75 basis point increase in as many meetings. While another unusually large increase could be appropriate at our next meeting, that is a decision that will depend on the data we get between now and then. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting and communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. As the stance of monetary policy tightens further, it likely will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases while we assess how our cumulative policy adjustments are affecting the economy and inflation. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring demand into better balance with supply in order to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty in what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time. We are highly attentive to inflation risks and determined to take the measures necessary to return inflation to our 2% longer-run goal. This process is likely to involve a period of below-trend economic growth and some softening in labor market conditions. but such outcomes are likely necessary to restore price stability and to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Right after I dive under
Hi,
this
Chair
desk.
Powell. Thanks for taking our questions. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Wondering if you can walk us through your thinking around the decision not to go for a full percentage point increase. We saw a ramp up after the May CPI report came in hotter than usual, and then obviously the June figure did too. Was there any discussion of a stronger hike at this meeting? Yeah, thank you.
Sure. So we did judge that a 75 basis point increase was the right magnitude in light of the data and in the context of the ongoing increases in the policy rate that we've been making. I'd say that we wouldn't hesitate to make an even larger move than we did today if the committee were to conclude that were appropriate. That was not the case at this meeting. There was very broad support for the move that we made. You mentioned the June meeting. We had said many times that we were prepared to move more aggressively if inflation continued to disappoint. And that's why we did move to a more aggressive pace at the June meeting, as we said we would do. At this meeting, we continued at that more aggressive pace as inflation has continued to disappoint in the form of the June CPI reading.
Thank you so much for taking our questions. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. As the committee considers the policy path forward, how will it weigh the expected decline in headline inflation, which might come as a result of the drop in commodity prices, against the fact that we are likely to see some persistence in core readings in particular? And given that potential tension and signs of any kind of activity weakening here, how has the committee's thinking changed on how far into restrictive territory rates might need to go?
So I guess I'd start by saying we've been saying we would move expeditiously to get to the range of neutral, and I think we've done that now. We're at 225 to 2.5, and that's right in the range of what we think is neutral. So the question is, how are we thinking about the path forward? So one thing that hasn't changed is that it won't change is that our focus is going to continue to be on using our tools to bring demand back into better balance with supply in order to bring inflation back down. That'll continue to be our overarching focus. We also said that we expect ongoing rate hikes will be appropriate and that we'll make decisions meeting by meeting. So what are we going to be looking at? We'll be looking at the incoming data, as I mentioned, and that'll start with economic activity. Are we seeing the slowdown in economic activity that we think we need? And there's some evidence that we are at this time. Of course, we'll be looking at labor market conditions, and we'll be asking whether we see the alignment between supply and demand getting better, getting closer. Of course, we'll be looking closely at inflation. You mentioned headline and core. Our mandate is for headline. Of course, it's not for core, but we look at core because core is actually a better indicator of headline and of all inflation going forward. So we'll be looking at both, and we'll be looking at them at those both really for what they're saying about the outlook rather than just simply for what they say. But we'll be asking, do we see inflationary pressures declining? Do we see actual readings of inflation coming down? So in light of all that data, the question we'll be asking is whether the stance of policy we have is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation back down to our 2% target. And it's also worth noting that these rate hikes have been large and they've come quickly, and it's likely that their full effect has not been felt by the economy. So there's probably some additional tightening, significant additional tightening in the pipeline. So where are we going with this? I think the committee broadly feels that we need to get policy to at least to a moderately restrictive level. And maybe the best data point for that would be what we wrote down in our SEP at the June meeting. So I think the median for the end of this year, the median would have been between 3.25 and 3.5. And then people wrote down 50 basis points higher than that for 2023. So that's, even though that's now 6 weeks old, I guess, that's the most recent reading. Of course, we'll update that reading at the September meeting in 8 weeks. So that's how we're thinking about it. As I mentioned, as it relates to September, I said that another unusually large increase could be appropriate, but that's not a decision we're making now. It's one that we'll make based on the data we see.
Unusually large?
And we're going to be making decisions meeting by meeting. We think it's time to just go to a meeting by meeting basis and not provide the kind of clear guidance that we had provided on the way to neutral.
They've been doing that meeting to meeting stuff all the time.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've said that your policy works through influencing expectations.
Nick, this guy right here, Nick, he's the one that I emailed and got in contact with on 2 different occasions in questions in regards to mortgage-backed securities, and he said, oh well, they tapered off mortgage-backed securities, but they're not. As I've shown earlier this morning, mortgage-backed securities are still being purchased by the feds. So I don't know if Nick's is gonna push him to this, but Nick is the guy that I contacted.
With any confidence in normal times, what the economy is going to be doing in 6 or 12 months, and so to try to predict what the appropriate monetary policy response would be. I mean, of course, we do that in the SEP, but nonetheless, you've got to take any estimates of what rates will be next year with a grain of salt, because there's so much uncertainty. These are not normal times. There's significantly more uncertainty now about the path ahead than I think there ordinarily is, and ordinarily it's quite high. So again, the best data, the only data point I have for you really is the June SEP, which I think is just the most recent thing that the committee's done. Since then, inflation has come in higher, economic activity has come in weaker than expected. But at the same time, I would say that's probably the best estimate of where the committee's thinking is still, which is that we would get to a moderately restrictive level by the end of this year, by which I mean somewhere between 3 and 3.5%, and that the committee sees further rate increases in 2023. As I mentioned, we'll update that, of course, at the September meeting, but that's really the best I can do on that.
You said inflation had been a little bit hotter than anticipated. Has your view of the terminal rate changed since June?
So I wouldn't say it was. I think we didn't expect a good reading, but this one was even worse than expected, I would say. I don't talk about my own personal estimate of what the terminal rate would be. I will write down that it's going to evolve. It's obviously it has evolved over the course. I think for all participants, it has evolved over the course of the year as we learn how persistent inflation is going to be. And by the time of the September meeting, we will have seen 2 more CPI readings and 2 more labor market readings, and significant amount of readings about economic activity and perhaps geopolitical developments. Who knows? It'll be a lot. It's an 8-week intermeeting period, so I think we'll see quite a lot of data, and we'll make our decision at that meeting based on that data.
Gina. Hi, Jarrell. Thanks for taking our questions. Gina Smilik, New York Times. You kind of alluded to this earlier, but I wonder, in the event that you see several months of very weak headline inflation numbers because oil prices are coming down so much, but core inflation continues to be strong or even picks up, I wonder how you would think about that.
So it's hard to deal with hypotheticals, but I just would say this: we would look at both, and we'd be asking ourselves, are we confident that inflation is on a path down to 2%? That's really the question. And we'll be making, our policy stance will be set at a level, ultimately, at which we are confident that inflation is going to be moving down to 2%. So it would depend on a lot of things. Of course, as I mentioned, core inflation is a better predictor of inflation going forward. Headline inflation tends to be volatile. So in ordinary times, you look through volatile moves in commodities. The problem with the current situation is that if you have a sustained period of supply shocks, those can actually start to undermine or to work on de-anchoring inflation expectations. The public doesn't distinguish between core and headline inflation in their thinking. So it's something we have to take into consideration in our policymaking, even though our tools don't really work on some aspects of this, which are the supply side issues.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. Earlier this week, the president said we are not going to be in a recession. So I have two questions off of that. Do you share the president's confidence in not being in a recession? And second, how would or would not a recession change policy? Is it a bright line, sir, where contraction of the economy would be a turning point in policy, or is there some amount of contraction of the economy the committee would be willing to abide in its effort to reduce inflation?
So as I mentioned, we think it's necessary to have growth slow down, and growth is going to be slowing down this year for a couple of reasons. One of which is that you're coming off of the very high growth of the reopening year of 2021. You're also seeing tighter monetary policy, and you should see some slowing. We actually think we need a period of growth below potential in order to create some slack so that the supply side can catch up. We also think that there will be, in all likelihood, some softening in labor market conditions. And those are things that we expect and we think that they're probably necessary if we were to have to get inflation, if we were to be able to get inflation back down on a path to 2%, ultimately get there.
The question was whether you see a recession coming and how that might or might not change policy. Thanks.
So we're going to be focused on getting inflation back down. And we, as I've said on other occasions, price stability is really the bedrock of the economy. And nothing works in the economy without price stability. We can't have a strong labor market without price stability for an extended period of time. We all want to get back to the kind of labor market we had before the pandemic, where differences between racial and gender differences and that kind of thing were at historic minimums, where participation was high, where inflation was low. We want to get back to that, but that's not happening. That's not going to happen without restoring price stability. So that's something we see as something that we simply must do. And we think that we don't see it as a trade-off with the employment mandate. We see it as a way to facilitate the sustained achievement of the employment mandate in the longer term.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Particularly in regard to expectations, it's been said the last few months that the risks of doing too little outweighed the risks of doing too much. Does that remain the bias?
So we're trying to do just the right amount, right? We're not trying to have a recession, and we don't think we have to. We think that there's a path for us to be able to bring inflation down while sustaining a strong labor market. As I mentioned, along with, in all likelihood, some softening in labor market conditions. So that's what we're trying to achieve, and we continue to think that there's a path to that. We know that the path has clearly narrowed, really based on events that are outside of our control, and it may narrow further. So, I do think, as I said just now, that restoring price stability is just something that we have to do. There isn't an option to fail to do that, because that is the thing that enables you to have a strong labor market over time. Without restoring price stability, you won't be able to, over the medium and longer term, to actually have a sustained period of very strong labor market conditions. So, of course, we serve both sides of the dual mandate, but we actually see them as well aligned on this.
But as a follow-on to that, given the uncertainty and the sort of paradoxical flow of data you've been getting, if you're going to make a mistake, would you rather make the mistake on doing too much, raising too much, than raising too little?
Yeah, we're trying not to make a mistake. Let me put it this way. We do see that there are two-sided risks. There would be the risk of doing too much and imposing more of a downturn on the economy than was necessary. But the risk of doing too little and leaving the economy with this entrenched inflation, it only raises the cost. If you fail to deal with it in the near term, it only raises the cost of dealing with it later. To the extent people start to see it as just part of their economic lives, they start to factor high inflation into their decisions, when that, on a sustained basis, when that starts to really happen, and we don't think that's happened yet, but when that starts to happen, it just gets that much harder, and the pain will be that much greater. So I really do think that it's important that we address this now and get it done.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin from Axios. To build a little bit on what Steve was asking, Do you believe the United States is currently in a recession? Will the GDP reading tomorrow affect that judgment one way or the other? And has your assessment of the risk of recession changed any in recent weeks?
Good question.
So, I do not think the U.S. is currently in a recession. And the reason is there's just too many areas of the economy that are performing, too well. And of course, I would point to the labor market in particular.
Here it comes.
As I mentioned, it's true that growth is slowing, and for reasons that we understand. Really, the growth was extraordinarily high last year, 5.5%. We would have expected growth to slow. There's also more slowing going on now. But if you look at the labor market, you've got growth. I think payroll jobs averaging 450,000 per month. That's a remarkably strong level for this state of affairs. The unemployment rate at near a 50-year low at 3.6%. All of the wage measures that we track are running very strong. So this is a very strong labor market, and it's just not consistent with 2.7 million people hired in the first half of the year. It doesn't make sense that the economy would be in recession with this kind of thing happening. So I don't think the U.S. economy is in recession right now.
Wow.
Haven't seen it, and we'll just have to see what it says. I don't. I would say generally the GDP numbers do have a tendency to be revised pretty significantly. It's very hard to accumulate U.S. GDP. It's a large economy, and a lot of work and judgment goes into that. But you tend to take first GDP reports, I think, with a grain of salt. But of course, it's something we'll be looking at.
Hi, Chair Powell. Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to ask about the new conflict of interest rules that you all rolled out. Some senators have written asking for those rules to have more teeth and to have sort of more transparency about the Fed officials' financial activity. I was wondering if you could speak to that and whether you intend on toughening those rules in any way.
So those are the toughest rules in place, at any comparable institution that I'm aware of. We think, we thought about this carefully, and we put them in place, and we're building the infrastructure so that the enforcement will be tight. That actually you won't be able to make trades unless they're pre-cleared, and the amount of trades you make will be they'll have to be 45 days or more before any FOMC meeting. It's just I think we've really created a very strong and robust set of rules that will support public trust in the institution. And again, we're just now, the system is just now up and running, and I'm proud of what we did.
Hi, Katerina Saraiva, Bloomberg News. I wanted to ask a little bit more about the 75 basis points versus 50 versus 25. Can you talk a little bit about what kind of goes into your thinking for, making the decision on how much to raise rates, and, just talking about a very large amount that you alluded to, could that possibly be 100 basis points? And then kind of along those lines, is there any sort of weakness in the economy outside of inflation measures that would lead you to slow your hiking pace?
So I'm gonna take that as a question about the next meeting and thereafter. So as I mentioned, we're going to be looking at all of those things: activity, labor market, inflation, and we're going to be thinking about our policy stance and where does it really need to be. And I also mentioned that as this process, now that we're at neutral, as the process goes on, at some point, it will be appropriate to slow down. And we haven't made a decision when that point is, but intuitively that makes sense, right? We've been front-end loading these very large rate increases. Now we're getting closer to where we need to be. So that's how we're thinking about it. And we're, in terms of September, we're going to watch the data and the evolving outlook very carefully, and factor in everything and make a decision in September about what to do. And I'm not really going to provide any specific guidance about what that might be. But I mentioned that we might do another unusually large rate increase, but that's not a decision that we've made at all. So we are, we're going to be guided by the data. And I think you can still think of the destination as broadly in line with the June SEP, because it's only 6 weeks old, and sometimes SEPs can get old really quick. I think in this one I would say is probably probably the best guide we have as to where the committee thinks it needs to get at the end of the year and then into next year. So I would point you to that.
Hi, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. I wanted to ask about, right now there is a sort of growing gap between the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, the PCE index, and the one that's followed by the public, the CPI, of course. How do you expect to handle this divergence if the PCE starts to come down enough for you to consider slowing rate hikes, even if the public is still seeing much higher CPI ratings? Thank you.
So it's an interesting situation. Of course, we've long used PCE because we think it's just better at capturing the inflation that people actually face in their lives. And I think that view is pretty widely understood. That said, the public really reads about CPI. And the difference really is because the CPI has higher weights on things like food, gasoline, motor vehicles, and housing than the PCE index does. And so that accounts for a lot of the difference. However, over time, they tend to come together. We were given the importance in the public eye of CPI. We are calling it out and noticing it and everything like that. But remember, we do target PCE. That is because we think it's a better measure. They will come together eventually. The typical gap was really about 25 basis points for a very long time. And if it got to 40 basis points, that would be very noticeable. Now it's much larger than that because of the things I mentioned. So we'll be watching both, but again, the one that we think is the best measure always has been PCE, at least since I think we, some 20 plus years ago, moved to PCE.
I'd like to weave a couple of things together, Mr. Chairman. Michael McKee from Bloomberg TV and Radio. You said that the destination pretty much remains the same in terms of your end-of-the-year target, but where are you in the journey? We've now seen the federal stimulus programs end. You mentioned consumer spending, business investment have slowed. Are they moving at a pace you would expect, or is demand still greater than supply, too much greater than supply, that you need to do significantly more? And I ask because there are lags in the impact of monetary policy, as you mentioned, and a lot of this might hit in 2023. The strong dollar effect may hit in 2023 when the economy might be weak. How do you know where you are and where you think you need to get to?
Well, just talking about demand for a second, as I mentioned in my remarks, I think you pretty clearly do see a slowing now in demand in the second quarter. Consumer spending, business fixed investment, housing, places like that. I think people widely looked at the first quarter numbers and thought they didn't make sense and might have been misleading in terms of the overall direction of the economy. Not true of the second quarter, but at the same time you have this labor market. So there are plenty of experiences where GDP has been reported as weak and the labor market is strong and the economy has gone right through that and been fine. So that's happened many times. And it used to happen, if you remember, in the first quarter of every year for several years in a row, GDP was negative and the labor market was moving along just fine, and it turned out to just be measurement error. It was called residual seasonality. We don't know the situation. The truth is, though, we think that demand is moderating. We do. How much is it moderating? We're not sure. We're going to have to watch the data carefully. There is a great deal of money on people's balance sheets that they can spend. The unemployment rate is very low. The labor market's very hot. There are many, many job openings. Wages are high. So it's the kind of thing where you think that the economy should actually be doing pretty well in the second half of the year. But we'll have to see. We don't know that because you do see a marked slowing in the second quarter that is fairly broad. So we'll be watching that. We'll be watching that. Of course, as I mentioned, we do want to see demand running below potential for a sustained period to create slack and give inflation a chance to come down.
Nicole. Hi, thank you, Chairman. Nicole Goodkind, CNN Business. When does the committee expect to see a meaningful slowdown in the labor market, and how much weakness will it accept with regard to slower job growth and higher unemployment before it pauses or begins to think about cutting rates?
So I think you're already seeing, you've seen in the labor market, what you've seen is a decline from very high levels of job creation last year and earlier this year to modestly slower job creation. Still quite robust, as I mentioned. So you're seeing that. You're seeing some increase in initial claims for uninsurance, although that may actually have to do with seasonal adjustments. We're not sure that that's actually real. There's some evidence that wages, if you look at average hourly earnings, they appear to be moderating. Not so yet from the other wage measures, and we'll be getting the Employment Compensation Index measurement, I think, on Friday, I guess. And that's a very important one because it adjusts for composition. So I'd say you and also anecdotally, you hear much, the sort of level of concern on the part of businesses that they simply can't find workers is probably down a little bit from what it was, say, for example, late in the latter parts of last year. So there's a feeling that the labor market is moving back into balance. If you look at job openings or quits, you see them moving sideways or perhaps a little bit down. But it's only the beginning of an adjustment. But I think most also, if you look at, I mean, once you start citing these things, you can't stop. If you look at the household survey, you see much lower job creation, and the household survey can be quite volatile, but it has no jobs created in the last 3 months. So that might be a signal that job creation is actually a little bit slower than we're seeing in the establishment survey. So, executive summary, I would say there's some evidence that labor demand may be slowing a bit. Labor supply, not so much. We have been disappointed that labor force participation really hasn't moved up since January. That may be related to yet another big wave of COVID, and there's evidence that that's the case. But so we're not seeing much in the way of labor supply. Nonetheless, I would say some progress on demand and supply getting back in alignment.
How much weakness would you be willing to accept before you think about pausing rate cuts?
So I think we're going to be looking at inflation as well. We you know, as I mentioned, we need to see inflation coming down. We need to be confident that inflation is going to get back down to mandate consistent levels. That's not something we can avoid doing. That really needs to happen. But we do think, though, that the labor market can adjust because of the huge overhang of job openings, of excess demand, really. There should be able to be an adjustment that would have perhaps lower than expected increases in unemployment, lower than would be expected in the ordinary course of events, because the ratio of vacancies to unemployed is just out of keeping with historical experience, and that suggests that this time could be different.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. So you said the path may be narrowed to avoiding a recession. So how close are we to a recession? And then how do forecasts of possible recessions from banks and economists, how does that make a soft landing you've talked about more difficult?
So as I mentioned, it doesn't seem that the U.S. economy is in recession right now. And I think you do see weakening, some slowdown, let's put it that way, in growth, and you see it across some of the categories that I mentioned, but there's also just the very strong data coming out of the labor market still. So overall, you would say that in all probability, demand is still strong, and the economy is still on track to continue to grow this year. But the slowdown in the second quarter is notable, and we're going to be watching that carefully. Sorry, what was a lot?
Forecasts. How do bank forecasts of possible recessions, economists, does that affect the soft landing?
Well, we've said since the beginning, I think, that having a soft landing is what we're aiming for. Of course, that has to be our goal. It is our goal, and we'll keep trying to achieve it. I do think events. At the beginning, we said it was not going to be easy. It was going to be quite challenging to do that. It's unusual. It's an unusual event. It's not a typical event, given where we are. If there is a path to it, and we think there is, it is the one I mentioned, that the labor market actually has such a large amount of surplus demand that you could see that demand coming down in a way that didn't translate into a big increase in unemployment, as you would expect in the ordinary course, because frankly, the imbalance is so much greater. But we don't know that. I mean, this is a case of first impression. So anyone who is really sure that it's impossible or really sure that it will happen is probably underestimating the level of uncertainty. And so I would certainly say it's an uncertain thing. Nonetheless, it's our goal to achieve it, and we'll keep trying to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jean Young with Market News. I wanted to ask about the balance sheet reduction program. It's been working for a couple months now and in a different environment than the last time the Fed did it. What are you learning about how it's working and how markets are reacting? And is reaching the minimum level of reserves needed in the system still several years away at the current pace?
So we think it's working fine. As you know, we tapered up into it, and in September we'll go to a full strength, and the markets seem to have accepted it. By all assessments, the markets should be able to absorb this, and we expect that'll be the case. So I would say the plan is broadly on track. It's a little bit slow to get going because some of these trades don't settle until for a bit of time, but it'll be picking up steam. And I guess your second question was getting, the process of getting back down to the new equilibrium will take a while, and that time, it's hard to be precise, but the model would suggest that it could be between 2.5 years, that kind of thing. And this is a much faster pace than the last time. Balance sheet's much bigger than it was, but we looked at this carefully, and we thought that this was a sensible pace, and we have no reason to think it's not.
Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian Chung, Yahoo Finance. Looking at financial conditions, it seems like the tightening has slowed as of late with the 10-year coming down, 30-year fixed mortgage rates also going a bit sideways when we talk about a hot housing market still. Just wondering if you find financial conditions tight enough, especially as you continue to raise rates.
So a big piece of that is inflation expectations, break-evens coming down, which is a good thing. It's a good thing that markets do seem to have confidence in the committee's commitment to getting inflation back down to 2%. So we like to see market-based, readings of inflation expectations come down. Broader financial conditions have tightened a good bit. I mean, the way this works is we set our policy, and financial conditions react, and then financial conditions are what affects the economy. So, and we don't control that second step. We're just going to do what we think needs to be done. We're going to get our policy rate to a level where we're confident that inflation will be moving back down to 2%. Confident. So that's how we're going to take it. And of course, we'll be watching financial conditions to see that they are appropriately tight and that they're having the effect that we would hope they're having, which is to see demand moderate and inflationary pressures recede and ultimately inflation come down.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. I wonder if you can go back a little bit in time to before there was this outbreak of inflation, when the committee put in place forward guidance on tapering asset purchases. I think it was December 2020. There's a recent speech by Fed Governor Waller talking about that and saying that maybe that was too tight, that kind of condition, and it put you a little bit behind. Not his words, but maybe, we're kind of late to react to some of that inflation. So could you talk about that decision, and have you looked at it in hindsight at all? Thank you.
So, yeah, we said that we wouldn't lift off until we had basically achieved our dual mandate goals. And the reason we did it in real time was that the first look at the new framework that we'd rolled out, plenty of people were saying, oh, it's not credible, you'll never get inflation to 2%. Some of our critics now who say inflation is too high were the same ones who were saying you'll never get to 2%. Well, but anyway, that's what happened. So we thought we needed to really make a strong statement with that. It wasn't part of the framework. The December 20 guidance was not part of our overall new framework. It was just guidance that we put in place. So I would say two things. One, I don't think that has materially changed the situation. But I have to admit, I don't think I would do that again. I don't think I would do that again. We, ultimately the situation evolved in a highly unexpected way for all of us, and maybe the learning is that leave a little more flexibility than that. But did it matter in the end? If you look at, I really don't think it did. I'm not sure it would have mattered if we'd been raising rates 3 months earlier. Does anybody think that would have made a big difference? I mean, lots of central banks were raising rates 3 months earlier, and it didn't matter. I mean, this is a global phenomenon that's happening now. Admittedly different in the United States, but anyway.
Just a lot of people talk about that time, and they talk about a taper tantrum that I know you haven't talked about it too much, but that you were worried at the time about repeating that taper tantrum that you had experienced as a governor. So was that part of that? Where did that fit into all those? Thank you.
So I think we learned there have been multiple taper tantrums, right? So there was the famous one in 2013. There's what happened at the December 18 meeting where markets can ignore developments around the balance sheet for years on end and then suddenly react very sharply. So we just had developed a practice of moving predictably and doing it in steps and things like that. It was just like that's how we did it. And so we did it that way this time. We were careful to take steps and communicate and all that kind of thing. We were trying to avoid a tantrum because they can be quite destructive. They can tighten financial conditions and knock the economy off kilter. And when it happens, you have to really in both 13 and 18 really had consequences for the real economy, 2, 3, 4 months later. So we were trying to avoid that. That was part of it. Again, I don't think that's the real issue of 2020 and 21 was just trying to understand what was happening with the reopening economy. That was where the big uncertainty was. And our view was that these supply side issues would get better, that people would go back to work, that labor force participation would come back, everyone would get vaccinated, schools would open, kids would be in school, and labor force participation would jump back up. That was very broadly thought to be the case. These supply side issues would get solved reasonably quickly, and they just haven't. They still haven't. So that's really the learning, I think, is around how complicated these supply side issues can be. We haven't seen this before in a long, long time. And so that's really what accounts for the pace at which we moved. And we did, when inflation changed direction really in October, we've moved quickly since then. I think people would agree. But before then, inflation was coming down month by month, and we kind of thought we had the story, probably had the story right. But then I think in October you started to see a range of data that said, no, this is a much stronger economy and much higher inflation than we've been thinking. And again, we pivoted, and here we are.
Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Chair Powell, I just want to pin you down a little bit more on the issue of recession. So if we get a negative GDP number tomorrow for the second quarter, would the Fed consider the U.S. in a recession? And just remind us, what is your definition for the start of a recession?
So the Fed doesn't make a judgment on that. We're focused on the dual mandate and using our tools to achieve maximum employment and price stability. We don't say there is now a recession, that kind of thing. So that wouldn't be something we do. We would look at the data tomorrow, and no doubt we'll look at it very carefully and draw whatever implications we can. As I mentioned, though, if you think about what a recession really is, it's a broad-based decline across many industries that that's sustained for more than a couple of months, and there are a bunch of specific tests in it, and it just doesn't seem like that now. What we have right now doesn't seem like that, and the real reason is that the labor market is just sending such a signal of economic strength that it makes you really question the GDP data. But again, that's not a decision that we make, and we won't reach a conclusion one way or another on that.
Thank you very much. Simon Rubinovich with The Economist. You've said that some softening in the labor market is needed. Within the Fed, there are staff economists who've argued that NIRU, the non-inflationary rate of unemployment, might be as high as 5 to 6% right now, which obviously is a lot higher than the current rate of 3.6. What's your assessment of NIRU? Is that something that came up in discussion with the committee?
So I think broadly, a lot of economists and think that the natural rate of unemployment will have moved up to some significant extent above where we think it was before. And the reason is it's the usual matching issue where matching has become less effective and that kind of thing when you have the kind of turbulent downturn and the big switches in demand from services to goods and all that. So it could be higher, and my own instinct is that the natural rate of unemployment is higher. Of course, I would add that we don't know it. We can never know where these star variables are in real time with any confidence, but I would say it must have moved up materially. But the other side of that is, as all these jobs get created and people go back to work and unemployment is so low, I think you could, in principle, you could see it coming back down pretty significantly. And that would also, by the way, take pressure off of inflation, because it's the gap between actual unemployment and the natural rate that really is relevant for the negative slack we have in the economy by the overtight labor market. So if you were to, you wouldn't observe this. It's an unobservable, but you could actually be seeing inflationary pressures coming down if that does happen. And we don't control that, but that's something that logically, if the pandemic and the disorder in the labor market cause the natural rate to move up, then as the labor market settles down, in principle, you should see it move back down.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. Just a question about, hate to keep banging the drum about recession, but most of the polls that we're seeing now from the public, people believe that we're already in a recession or heading for one. Economists pretty much the same thing. They're being told by folks like you and in the administration that we're not in a recession, we're not heading for a recession. Frankly, coming from the same people who told them that inflation was transitory, telling them now that we're not heading for a recession. So what would you tell the public to reassure them now that you feel confident in your forecast going forward and the Fed is ready to respond to a potential downturn in the economy?
No, all I've really said is I don't think it's likely that the U.S. economy is in a recession now, and I've explained why that is the case. It's because you do see a very strong labor market, and I think the public will see that as well. Going forward, what we've seen is a slowing in spending, as I mentioned. We've seen the very beginnings of perhaps a slight lessening in the tightness of the labor market, but it would only be the beginnings. So, and I mentioned that I also said that our goal is to bring inflation down and have a so-called soft landing, by which I mean a landing that doesn't require a significant increase, a really significant increase in unemployment. We're trying to achieve that. I've said on many occasions that we understand that's going to be quite challenging and that it's gotten more challenging over recent months.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kyle Campbell with American Banker. The FOMC has historically tried to avoid the kind of rapid monetary policy tightening that has happened so far this year. How concerned are you that the rate hikes that we've seen thus far might increase risks to financial stability, not just domestically, but globally?
There are precedents for the FOMC moving very quickly. For example, 1994, 1980, even more so. So we've been known to do that when it's the appropriate thing to do, and this year it clearly is. I would say that given how quickly we've moved, I'm gratified that that basically markets have been working, they've been orderly. There's been some volatility, but that's only to be expected. From a financial stability perspective, asset values are down, which in some sense lowers vulnerabilities. It's when they're really high that you would worry that they're vulnerable to a fall. Actually, many asset values have come down. I think you've got a well-capitalized banking system. I think you have households are generally in about as strong financial shape as they've been in a very long time, or perhaps ever, given what the money that's on people's balance sheets, and so you have from a financial stability standpoint, you have a pretty decent picture. Now, There are plenty of macroeconomic issues that don't rise to the level of financial stability concerns. By financial stability, we think of that as things that might undermine the working of the financial system, so big, serious things. That's not to say that people at the lower end of the income spectrum aren't suffering, because they are. They're suffering from high inflation. They're going to the grocery store and finding that in many cases their paycheck, it doesn't cover the food they're accustomed to buying. We're seeing actual, real declines in food consumption, and it's very concerning. It's very unfortunate, and that's why we're really committed to bringing down inflation. One of the reasons.
Go to Mark for the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. I can remember when you held your first news conference and you vowed to be a very plain-spoken chairman, and we're thinking today about the impacts of Fed policy on individuals as well. What would you say to individuals or households who may yet lose their jobs in this tightening cycle in the fight against inflation as they try to translate what Fed policy means to them in this complicated economic landscape?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I guess the first thing I would say to every household is that we know that inflation is too high. We understand how painful it is, particularly for people who are living paycheck to paycheck and spend most of that paycheck on necessities such as food and gas and heating their homes and clothing and things like that. We do understand that those people suffer the most. Middle class and better off people have some resources where they can absorb these things, but many people don't have those resources. So, it is our job, it is our institutional role. We are assigned uniquely and unconditionally the obligation of providing price stability to the American people, and we're going to use our tools to do that. As I mentioned, there will be in all likelihood, some softening in labor market conditions. We need growth to slow to below potential growth. We don't want to, we don't want this to be bigger than it needs to be, but ultimately, if you think about the medium and longer term, price stability is the thing that makes the whole economy work. It's what can give us a strong labor market and wages that aren't being eaten up by high inflation. If you talk to people, again, people who are making wages, relatively low wages, they're the ones who are suffering the most from inflation. So it's all the more reason why we need to move on this. Thank you very much.
All right. I don't think I can go backwards in time on this. Yeah, there's no way I can go backwards in time, unfortunately. Let me see if I can pull it up here, though.
Thing I would say to every household is that we know that inflation.
Wait a minute, guys. Hold on a second. Hold on. This deserves a mashup. Hold up. This has got to be added to Powell's bowels. Hold on. Give me just a second here. If you don't know what this is, you don't know what it is. You'll see. Wait. Helpful videos. I think this is under my helpful videos list. Maybe? No, it's not there. It's under interviews and presentations. Yes, it is. That's where it's at. Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait for it.
Is too high. We understand how painful it.
Thank you.
So I guess the first thing I would say to every household is that we know that inflation.
It's got to be added somehow.
That's well within the range of a normal
of a normal yield curve of a normal
All right, I'm gonna have to have my son work on this one. We got to do a mashup of Powell's, bowels, and assholes. What is on his mind? What is on this guy's mind? Powell's, bowels. My goodness. All right. To me, this could look like we were having an ascending broadening wedge here, guys, which eventually should break down and come back down and touch this point down here, which is why I drew this out right here. It doesn't look like that's what's happening right now. It's still just trending upwards. When it does break down, though, I'm guessing around 1471 is where we should go to. If it never has the dip down outside of the ascending broadening wedge, I don't know. We'll just have to see what happens. But I was expecting the breakout right around here, and it's not happening. It's time to do. It's the power hour here, guys. So I'm gonna do the toast, and then we'll take a look at the numbers one more time, and then we'll end out the day. Yeah, it did kind of sound like he said assholes. Let's take a look at the numbers here. Oh yeah, good old Gazerbeam Gary came back. Some of you guys may not know that Gazerbeam Gary on occasions does like to show up he likes to grace us with his presence. Typically, is whenever there's market manipulation, he likes to come in here and zap the market manipulation. But I think he actually came in today to watch. I think he came in to watch Jay Powell, and he was gonna zap him if he said anything like anything that was inappropriate. But apparently, assholes doesn't count because that's just households. We're all a bunch of households over here. Let's take a look at our numbers. Oh man, that's pretty funny. That's some good stuff. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. I probably just think it's more funny than most people do. I'm like easily entertained and stuff. Off exchange, an hour ago was 58.96, and CBOE EDGX was 11.15. Let's take a look at the numbers now. We currently have 60.09 going through the off exchange, and the EDGX is at 10.99. That actually is really close to where it should be on the EDGX for the day. And the combined total between those two is 71.08% of our volume going through the main big portions of off exchange for the day today. It's a lot. Anything over 70% I think is high. Taking a look at the amount of shares having been borrowed in the last hour. Actually, this is information from 2 hours ago. I apologize. I didn't do it at 1 o'clock. But from 2 hours ago, it's dropped a little bit from 2.02 million shares borrowed to 1.32. That's going to slightly lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.59%. Cost to borrow average is at 9.62. Cost to borrow max is at 12.51, and cost to borrow min is at 6.91%. Shares on loan, 143.06 million shares, which is up by about 500,000 shares day to day. And let's see, let's take a look at options. At a $15 strike price an hour ago, there was 11.4 thousand contracts. I just logged into Fidelity, and it's telling me I didn't log in. Hold on one second here, guys. Got to log back in, apparently. Give me 1 second. All right, taking a look at the options. An hour ago, at a $15 strike price, there was 11.4 thousand contracts. There's now 18.7. And on the puts, an hour ago at $13.50, there was 5.1 thousand contracts. 2 hours ago, there's now 7.3 thousand contracts. About 2.5 to 1 ratio in calls versus puts, and the market's still signaling for a close between 13.5 and 15, although max pain is at 14.50. Orders by Fidelity customers. I can't recall if I refresh this. It's probably not accurate, so might as well refresh again. Let's see. GME is coming in at 27th in volume based off of orders with a 70% buy to 30% sell ratio. AMC in 24th with a 64% buy to 36% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $12.63. Shares available to borrow is 550,000. With ETFs at 85,000, and the fees have been dropped from 8.5 to 7.2, but no new borrowing. So far for the day-to-day, I've only seen 350,000 shares having been borrowed, which is pretty low. 111.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 13.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 40.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 11.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 4.44, Dow Jones is up 1.8, and the S&P 500 is up 2.96. We currently have 5,241 advancers to 1,621 decliners. The market is cooking with bacon grease. It is on fire. They're happy with the 75 basis points. It looks like they priced it in. VIX is down 6.44. IWB is up 3.03. IWD is up 2.04. IWM is up 2.73. Tesla is up 6.38. Amazon is up 5.86. Cinemark is up 1.26. Doge is up 5.03. Bitcoin is up 7.23. GME is up 5.02. HYMC is down 1.17. Hood is up 5.87. NCMI is up 17.76. And AMC is up 3.21% for the day today. Inflow versus outflow, we have approximately $9 million more in outflow. And volume is currently at 21.17 million shares traded for the day today. I could have gone 20 to 40, it looks like, after all, my prediction. And I would have been okay, but it was really low volume, so I went 15 to 35 on my prediction. Let's see where we're headed here. We have 26 minutes left to go. Looks like we're going to end the day around 22.7 million shares traded for the day today. Just slightly higher than maybe the last 2 days. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.4, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.88, which is just about average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.52, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover of this indicator down here on the Vortex indicator within the last hour. And we have an RSI of 59.75, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.67, having signaled overbought twice in the last, let's say, hour. But currently, RSI is at 64.74, which is above average. Man, we did not get this pattern at all. That was way off. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing. It's time to toast. I probably should have done it before I read the numbers, but I was late on the numbers. I wanted to get it out of the way. So I've got my drink here and about 24 minutes left to drink it in. Let's go ahead and toast to 75 basis points. Congratulations. Whee! Cheers. Yummy. I don't know what kind of that Respado, whatever it was that I got, the tequila I just got. This is some tasty tequila. All right, let's see what you guys are writing here. Steven says, keeping us at max pain, how convenient. Yes, it indeed is very convenient, sir. The wolf from Tunisia says, are we going to squeeze? I think we will. I mean, that's what I don't see anything that tells me that we're not going to. That's what I feel like is going to happen in the future. StockWiz, I don't do other stocks. I'm actually going to delete that for you. War Dog says, Casey, can you go over mortgage-backed securities being pumped again when they actually start tapering? What should the market actually do? To be honest with you, War Dog, they've been pumping those mortgage-backed securities, but it's not doing the inverse relationship that the mortgage-backed securities have to the the entire general market as far as like the SPY goes. They're not doing the same thing anymore. They're almost they're in unison now. Monty Barger says Adam Aaron said he would pounce. He said no earlier, I believe is what he said. No earlier than the fourth or the second quarter quarterly meeting, shareholder meeting. So not before the fourth. But I've been very clear to make sure that I say that I don't think we should be placing too much emphasis on the fourth. I think the fourth specifically is, that's I don't think we should. He never said I'm going to announce it on the quarterly meeting. He didn't say that. I've never heard him once say that. NC Proud Dad says how much open interest is at a $15 call option? I see 9,074 for this Friday. At a $15 strike price, I've got 18.7. It could have changed in the last couple minutes. So I got 18.7 thousand contracts. No, that's daily volume. Hold on. 15 for this Friday. Give me 1 second. That's not right. I read you the wrong data. 15 for Friday. I see 9,074 contracts in open interest. That's exactly what I see. Brian says, I wonder if Casey gets mentally exhausted from doing these live streams all week. If you only knew what I look like. Sometimes Brian, after 9 hours, every single day, I get off. My wife will attest this. I like go up and I pass out like for an hour or two. Sometimes she lets me go 3 hours, and it's just if my pillow was a microphone, I'd be getting bopped in the face. Myself says it's not easy to talk to for 9 hours a day, exposed to 200 strangers. It's not, man. It's it seems easy. Well, now you got me thinking. I'm trying to think back to the days. I feel like it's easier now with 200 people than it was when there was nobody, just because there's more people to interact with. Talking for 9 hours with no interaction between me and anybody else. I remember there were days where I'd just pass out in the middle of the day. There's a lot of silence. There's definitely a lot of silence. Yucca says, we're not strangers, we're the forgotten family. Oh, man. See, look at you guys. Remtax saying family. Thank you, guys. That's awesome, man. See, that's... You guys tell myself. You go tell them. Divided we fall. I tend to agree, man. I tend to agree. Abby says we strange family. That's just the way I like it. Just the way I like it. Stranger Things. Thick says, check your. I'm kind of scared now, Thick. Let's see. Check my DMs. Wait. Where am I checking them? Hold on a second. You said Discord DMs. All right. I don't see anything in my Discord DMs. I don't see anything there yet in the DMs, but I'm checking. Maybe you meant Twitter. Let me look at Twitter. Nothing in Twitter either. I mean, I have a couple messages in Twitter, but nothing from you. I don't see nothing, man. Francis, thank you. I appreciate the compliment, man. Myself says strangers in the night. Guys, the price is $14.50. We're pinned at $14.50 right now. Max Payne. Go figure. MCon says who wants to be like Casey when they grow up. You know what? Honestly, MCon, I'm gonna give Trey some credit here. Yeah, maybe you guys don't like Trey anymore or whatever. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I still got to give Trey credit where credit's due. I used to listen a lot of Trey way back in the day. In fact, I like to kind of joke around and tease that he gets better over time when you watch him in reverse um, by date. but but I'll tell you what. I remember watching Trey on several occasions before I started doing this because I started in late June of last year, and I thought to myself, here's a 24-year-old kid, and I can call him a kid because quite legitimately I'm 45, 46. Shoot, I'm 46 now. I'm 46. He could be my kid, and I was looking at him. I was going like, you know what? If this kid can do this, if he can go online and talk to people and talk about what it is that he sees and some of the technical analysis that he sees, and um, I'm like, why couldn't I do it? And the only reason that I was thinking it was because nobody was doing live streams, it seemed like, anymore during the days. Nobody was providing the information that I wanted to have. And I was like, where did our Trey go? And I was back in those days watching Andrew Mo Money a little bit, and I was like, where did our Andrew go? Matt, I wasn't really a big fan of Matt, but he's just dry. I'm dry. You put two dry people together, and it's just, that's dry. You got sandpaper, and so it just didn't. It wasn't a good mix for me. Um, but yeah, Trey really got me thinking. Like, gosh, this 24-year-old kid can do it. Maybe Maybe I'll just start providing the content because I know it's what I would want. I want to see this data. So maybe somebody will want something out of it. I don't know. So that's kind of part of the reason why I'm doing this a little bit. True Demon in reverse. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Yucca. Don't get me started. Yucca says, I'm 43 and Casey, I'm your kid as well. All right. All right, Yucca. You can be my kid too, man. Monty says, I got no beef with Trey. I do need more Crim Jamer, though. I don't have any beef with Trey either, Monty. There's some things that he's done, some choices that he's made, and some of the things, some of the paths that he's taken where I go like, no, I want to shout, I want to reach out and grab him by his shoulders and go like, no, dude, like a kid, like you would your kid, and you grab me like, no, stop, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. Stop this. Get better friends. And it's just I don't know, it's just kind of one of those. I guess it's the fatherly side of me, I guess, coming out. American Trader. We are, if we're the same age, cheers to 46, sir. Cheers to you. We just said, Casey, what if Trey? I almost choked on my ice. Casey, what if Trey had an OnlyFans? I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't. Why would you say that to me? Pass. Big. Like no homo. What the heck? I guess if it makes him money and he does something with it, I guess great for him. Dana, how's it going? Good to see you. Welcome to the end of the day, where I get trashed and we screw the hedgies. Oh yeah, I used to watch TMI a lot too. But then I don't know. I don't know where it went. At some point it got weird for me. The whole mask thing. I was just kind of like, he's like the only guy that's wearing the mask anymore. It just got kind of weird for me. I was like, what's his deal? Monty says Trey's a young man. He'll get better. I agree. I think, and I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to joke around because I know Trey's got a heart problem. I know that's messed up. It would be messed up for me to make a joke about it. But Trey's got a good heart. I think he's in a good. His heart's in a good place. Um, he just he's young. He makes mistakes and he doesn't know. We all have to learn at some point. There's just certain things that we figure out in life. Like when he interviewed the Wolf of Wall Street and paid him like a crap ton of money and then got screwed on the interview. He didn't know. He didn't know what he was getting into, and people make those kind of mistakes. It happens. That's how you learn. Casey, note to self: erase search history. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, Mark, he did lower it, and one of the things that he started talking about was market cap, and I think the thing that he missed, the big part that he misses, he goes, like he was having a hard time trying to figure out where the money's going to come from to make the squeeze happen, and I've got a great answer for it. The answer is it's going to come from the market. You, the reason that the market's dropping in prices is because people need collateral, and they're pulling their money out. So that's where the money comes from. The money comes from the market. When you start seeing the market receding the way that recession, I don't want to say recession, I'm saying receding. When you see a recession in the market or the receding of the market like it's doing, People are pulling out collateral right now because they need it in order to continue to hold their positions. There's stress all over the place. That's where the money's going to come from. It comes directly from the market. It doesn't have to come from some kind of insurance. It doesn't have to come from anywhere. It comes from the valuation of the companies who hold positions within the market. And it's not just hedge funds. It's our brokers. Our own brokers hold positions in the market, and they are the ones who are selling us shares that they don't have. They're selling us shares that they don't have. Our brokers are going to have to go out and get shares and find those shares. And eventually they're going to be the ones who are responsible for the collateral that they have to hold. It's all going to come from the market, guys. The market has all of our money in it. It's where it's at. So when he started talking about market cap, it just like went right over the top of my head like an airplane. I was just like, I was just like, really? You don't see where the money's coming from, Trey? It's there. It's all right in front of our faces. It's in the whole market, right there, everywhere. When you start seeing Bitcoin dropping like crazy and it's in the, $60,000 a coin, and now it's all of a sudden down to $22,000 a coin, you want to know where the money is? It's right there. It got pulled out. It got pulled out because people owe collateral, and they're getting ready. Better be careful, Zeno. He'll sue you for $1 million. Dr. Zeno says, I used to go on Lou's live streams and get him so mad he'd have a meltdown. I mean, I kind of secretly want to see that, Dr. Zeno, but I don't want to give any clicks to anybody. Just saying. If you could send me a clip without me having to click on anything that's going to give somebody a click, I'd love to see that. Just, just for keepsakes. Stoneface Master, I'm glad it works for you. $14.51, guys. We're up 3.39% for the day. Thick. I'm gonna play this offline because I don't know what this is yet. But oh, I think I do know what this is. I might have to incorporate this on another day. But yeah, I think I know what this is. I'll check it out. Super, super, super tight Bollinger Bands here. Like I said, Doctor, I don't want to give anybody clicks that I just don't want to give anybody clicks to. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I know that if I go over there and I click on it, then that's just one more view that's going to give somebody a view that counts towards those algorithms that, tell other people that, hey, this is popular. So I just avoid it. Oops. Sergeant Joe Friday, welcome to the channel. Haven't seen you post before. Interesting first thing to say. Check Discord? Okay. I'll check it out, but unfortunately, though, I'm going to have to check it out offline, and I'll tell you the reason for that. Hold on. Suspense. It's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is Thursday. We only got 2 more days of trading left in this week, guys. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, go out and walk your pets for crying out loud, and maybe see a movie if you're thinking about it. It is Wednesdays. I don't know what happens on Wednesdays, but you know, they could be good movie nights where you don't have to compete with other people in seats next to you. Anyways, don't have a good night. Have a great night. I gotta say one more thing, guys. The outro song today is Saint Manet Camera is the name of the song. It's in the top of the link if you want a link to it to get to the song. Saint Manet's dad is one of the group here. Go check her out. She's an amazing artist. She's got some good music, and I think I want to wish her a lot of good luck.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return. Sometimes I think you forget. I see you, and I don't think you're liking that. But brand new, but the worst that you ever been. All these fans are zero friends. Take two, then you save it for the internet. Not yet, baby, you know when the time is best. Second guess, but do it for the interest. Here you coming, 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 coming up. Yeah, you just do it for the camera. Get the photo, you always got a new angle. Know you wanna get that, ooh, get that, You do it for the camera. Baby, you just do it. You do it for Talk your shit, if that's how you stay relevant. Take your hits, but don't expect anyone to defend. Your problematic need for attention, always looking for the new mention, even when the storyline ain't about you. Yeah, you're coming, coming, coming